Carlos and
Hello. Welcome, everybody, to our Tuesday night meeting. Steve Friedman is on Zoom. Everybody say hi to Steve Friedman. Hello. Marnie, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Kind of here.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Here.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Here.
Vice Mayor Don Horton.
I'm here.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Ty Harris, would you lead us in the pledge?
Republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I do emergency deletions and additions, I want to congratulate Frank Muhlenberg on being a newlywed, our IT guy. Everybody say congratulations. He got married in November, so good for him. A quick reminder that Terry Abel and I are doing Toys for Tots in the Keys. This is the second year, and I will tell you, after communicating with the schools and the churches, I have a lot more kids in need. So I'm hoping everybody will fill the boxes we have around town. They're CVS, Winn-Dixie, Crooked Palm, My Shop, the Moose. So if everybody could donate, we would greatly appreciate it. And Mangrove Mike's opening for the dog park, again, is January 18th from 3:30 to 5:30. The United Way is coming, and we're asking everybody who comes to bring a non-perishable food item. We're trying to fill a big truck that says, "Be like Mike," because he was big into that. So those are just a couple of reminders. Okay. Council, any emergency deletions or additions? Deb?
None.
Don?
No, ma'am.
Anna? Steve?
None.
Okay. If it's okay with everybody, I've had a couple of requests from people in the community to move public comment up before we do anything on the agenda. I will say that I think our charter needs to be looked at down the road here, because it is 25 years old, and some people have a problem with the way things are done, and so I'm hoping we can get a committee together to do a charter review maybe next year. So, is it okay if we move public comment up? Do you have an issue with it? No? Okay. John?
Just where, that'll go after, I guess immediately after what we're,
They want to do it first,
so right after when we're done here.
when we're done here now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Between 3 and 4 is what you're saying.
Yes, between 3 and 4. Can I make one suggestion on moving an item? Councilmember Friedman, I think it's like 2:30 in the morning for him, and he's not able to attend, or he's not able to, pursuant our remote attendance policy, he's not able to vote on quasi-judicial items. There's one motion item at the end, which is tab 18. I just thought it might be, maybe it would be good to move that up in front of the quasi-judicials. That way, Councilmember Friedman, if he doesn't want to stay on for the quasi-judicials, just to wait for that motion, he doesn't have to. Obviously, he can, but we don't want to feel like he's forced to wait for the motion.
Oh, he can stay up.
It might be like 6 in the morning, so it might be time for you to get going by the time we're done.
Okay, so where would we move that then?
I would we'd move it after tab 13.
Okay, so public comment now. Okay, all right, Marnie?
Okay, we will start with Charlie Madler.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to bring forth the fire department is doing their annual Santa Parade and touch on the collection of toys. So to inform everyone, our annual fire department Santa Parade is scheduled for Sunday, the 14th of December. It's going to be a perfect night to kick off the holiday season together. Thank you for bundling up, bringing your smiles, lining the streets to make this year one of our favorite traditions in the community. And this is our 26th year of doing that. So huge shout out to the incredible firefighters Benevolent who are organizing the parade. And of course, the Santa himself for taking the time out of his very busy schedule to ride with us on the big red fire trucks. While you're enjoying the lights, music, and the holiday magic, we are also collecting unwrapped toys for families in need right here in our own community. And if you can donate a toy, thank you from the bottom of our heart. Please drop it off at any of the fire trucks during the parade or with the volunteers or carolers. And as Madam Mayor also mentioned, we have drop boxes located throughout the community, and every single toy makes a huge difference and ensures every child wakes up to something special on Christmas morning. Grab some hot cocoa, beverage of your choice, turn up the carols, and let's make some memories. Here comes Santa. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and thank you for supporting the fire department and the community. Let the parade festivities begin, and we'll see you on Sunday night.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And what you guys collect on Sunday night will come to me and my little elves on Monday, and we'll start distributing the toys to all the lists we have. So thank you so much for what you do.
No, thank you, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
And a side note, as you mentioned, Chief Abel hopes to return tomorrow, be able to come home
We all
tomorrow.
hope so too. Thank you.
We're hopes and
Thank you.
prayers. Thank you.
Marnie?
Our timer is broken, and I am unable to stop it
You're fired.
or reset it.
You're fired.
So,
Who's got a stopwatch?
I'll let them know when 3 minutes is up. Okay, next up is Ken Thomas.
I'm Ken Thomas, a 20-year resident of Alamorada. I applaud the village for greening our Winley Key right-of-way from Coconut Cove to Fisher Inn and then near Hog Heaven. But there's an empty space near Anglers Reef parking, almost anticipating it. With their signed parking lease arrangement with the village, they've staked out a 20 by 175 survey plat, about 3,500 square feet for their site plan. With my PhD in economics, I previously outlined 5 arguments against this project. First, no public purpose. Second, a dangerous precedent. Third, paving over green space enjoyed by 22,000 vehicles daily. Fourth, fiscal irresponsibility. And fifth, unwarranted benefit to a private community. Socialism for the rich. I recently learned of serious legal concerns. Because village and FDOT right-of-ways abut, Florida statutes 337.25, .251, and .406 require proof of public interest, an appraisal, and FDOT written approval. Florida courts and the AG hold that right-of-ways are held in the public trust, not for private benefit. Roney v. Miami Beach and Sun Oil v. Gerstein. State municipalities have no power to sell or barter right-of-ways, and any diversion requires a formal vacation and public purpose finding. Article 7, Section 10 of our Constitution bars using public assets primarily to aid a private entity, like an HOA. The Florida Supreme Court in West Palm Beach v. Williams held that municipalities may lease public land only when the primary purpose is public and any private gain is incidental, the opposite here. I therefore respectfully request the lease be deferred until you have 4 documents. First, a written legal opinion from the village attorney analyzing Article 7, Section 10 and AG compliance, including a public purpose finding, the required parcel vacation, and an independent property appraisal of that 3,500 square foot parcel. Second, written FDOT confirmation addressing Section 337 conditions and prohibitions. Third, a market rate lease analysis like FDOT requires, which may be $10,000 a month, not $1,000 a month. And finally, an independent traffic and safety study. In summary, I'm an economist, not a lawyer, but this proposal could be legally and financially costly to our village. Anglers Reef has many private solutions to its private parking problem, like buying or leasing nearby available space. That's what a good neighbor would do. If you would like details I've mentioned, I'm at kenmia22@aol.com. That's KENMIA22@aol.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marnie?
All right, next up is Roland Moore.
Thank you. Roland Moore from Lower Matacumbe Key. I have 3 brief matters. Number 1, the culvert on Iroquois Canal is nearly complete. And as the workers say, it will be like a toilet flushing the waterways from the Gulf to the ocean. And those of us who live on Lower Matacumbe are very excited that our canals will be a lot cleaner in the future, and I thank the village for its cooperation. The second thing is I want to give many thanks to the village for acquiring Emily Rother. She was introduced here briefly, and she was hired to handle art in Islamorada. Her paintings are in the main building next door, and there are a couple here in this room. I think one is over here and one is back here somewhere. So I want to thank the village very much, and we're really looking forward to working with Emily. She's a great asset to the village. The third point is just a short one. My wife and I are just thrilled with the dog park here in Islamorada. It's a huge success. It's become a wonderful venue. We come here all the time now, and I never realized that it's a great venue for meeting people and neighbors who bring their dogs here to the dog park. So I'm just so impressed with what we have done here in the village with the dog park. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roland. Marnie?
Okay, let me try to figure this timer out. We're going to give this a try for Jamie Engel.
Good evening, Jamie Engel, Isla Morada. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Let's start out by that. I want to offer a reminder that I believe is essential to good governance in our village. When each of you takes your seat on that dais, you are no longer sitting there as private individuals. You are there as representatives of the 7,000 residents who call Isla Morada home. Every comment, every discussion, and every vote should reflect the interests of the community, not personal preference or past experiences. We all have our own histories, perspectives, and opinions. That's part of being human. But personal experience cannot be the driver of public policy. Residents who attend these meetings, participate in the process, and provide thoughtful feedback deserve to know that their voices are being heard and considered. It's important that community input, not individual inputs, guide the decisions made in this room. Recent discussions, such as those involving the baseball field and concession stand, have shown how easily personal stories can enter the conversation. While those stories may be meaningful, they should not influence decisions that impact an entire village. Your responsibility is to step back from your personal viewpoints and lead based on the collective voice of the people you serve. I'd also like to briefly address tonight's selection of mayor and vice mayor. In my view, these roles should ideally be chosen by the voters. Since that is not how this process works today, the responsibility falls to the council. Given that I believe continuity is the village's best interest, Sharon Mahoney has served effectively as mayor, and Don Horton has provided steady leadership as vice mayor. With an election coming next year, I see no reason to make changes at this time. My message tonight is simple. Please continue to listen to your community. Rely on the input you receive from residents who show up and participate, and always remember that you sit in those seats on behalf of all of us. Thank you. I wish each of you a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday.
Thank you, Jamie. Marnie?
Okay, next up is Joe Ziomek.
Joe Zymek, Village of Islands resident for 30 years. Been there longer than all you guys have together. Anyway, here's what I'm into. This is all public stuff, okay?
I don't know what you want to say.
The village manager, Ron Saunders, very impressive. As village manager, have executed the state of Florida's multi-billion-dollar budget while serving as chair of the House Administration Committee. You know what? Our budget's in your rounding. You used to round our budget in the state of Michigan. So I worry about if you really know how much that money is. Second of all, public domain. The newspaper printed an article about the difference between Marathon and Isla Morada. Marathon has an airport. Isla Morada has an airport. Marathon has a hospital. Isla Morada has a hospital. And the beat goes on. However, it says here that it's amazing to see that of the council in Marathon, that only 5 of Florida's 411 municipalities have done a tax reduction. Not bad. And then here's the numbers from the paper. If you look at the cost per resident in Isla Morada, it's $3,272, give or take. The Marathon is $2,566. That's a lot of money. Why? Now I'm going to go back to my management consultancy, 5 whys. Why is their budget, line by line, taxpayer-wise, different? Now remember, there's always smarter people than us in this room. There's always a guy smarter than I am, smart anyway, and that's not being negative. But we need to take advantage of smartness. If smartness is in Marathon's ability to do a budget, why don't we copy them? And that's all I'm leaving you, and have a nice Christmas, but count the bunnies and go see what the other guys are doing. Okay? That's called competitive analysis. Thanks.
Thank you. Marnie?
Next up is Joe Wishmeyer.
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. I really do kind of have a problem with the moving the public comment. I was one of the ones who fought for that because I really wanted it to be after, like, the mayor council communications and after the attorney manager communications, because a lot of times you guys discuss stuff during those and then we don't have any chance to comment on that. Whereas having the public comment after that does at least give us a chance. Tonight is a good example of that. There's one that was very confusing to me and I don't understand. It's under attorney manager communications called the TDR banking. I read through that and my head was just spinning. So I was hoping that after you guys talk about it, maybe I'll have a little more clarity and it would be nice to be able to then be able to comment on that and let you know what the opinions are. Another one for that is, you know, I know that you're also going to be discussing, you got some quasi-judicial hearings tonight. I've brought this up in the past so many times. We're in the middle of redoing our comp plan, yet this council continually awards stuff, whether it's to the Islander or Creekside or something. We're doing all these awards and we still don't have our comp plan done yet. So I would really encourage you all to make sure that we get our comp plan done and then we can make these decisions. People have been waiting for a long time on these, so waiting just a little while longer until we have our comp plan done so that we know that we're doing things right, that would be in our best interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else, Marnie?
Yes, ma'am. Next up is Barry Ray.
Good evening. Barry Ray, Isla Mirada, for 28 years. And I haven't been here longer than a lot of people in this room. But what I bring you tonight, I'm speaking for the Florida Keys Environmental Coalition, and I expected to have an item on the agenda tonight, a resolution that I had helped author and provided to the Village Council. The timing of that's going to happen in January, I assume, at our January meeting. Last Thursday, let me explain what is going on, because much of the public probably isn't aware. The Bureau of Offshore Energy Management, in their infinite wisdom, decided that the Eastern Gulf was attractive for drilling for oil. Puts it within 100 miles of the Dry Tortugas and many other points in Florida. It's never happened before. It's not needed. We do not need to produce more oil, and the price per barrel is so low that oil companies don't want to do it. But just the risk that that is atrocious, and we should all be upset over that. If you go to the Facebook page for Florida Keys Environmental Coalition, that would be fkec.org, then you'll find a link to be able to write your own comments under regulations.gov. That's where we all put in our government comments to, and object to this. The resolution that I'm talking about is a unified objection across the county. And Thursday, Layton passed that resolution. Tomorrow, I speak at the Board of County Commissioners in the morning at 10:15. I invite anybody listening. Please join me and applaud the Board of County Commissioners, because it will be passed in unison there too. I expect it to be passed in unison by every single municipality in the Florida Keys, showing our unity against such absurdity and such an assault on us. It all comes down to water quality, folks, and that's a water quality issue. And we've got a lot of water quality issues we're going to talk about after this. This unification is a point of pride, and we should all be proud of this. This is not a drastic moment. We're going to win this issue. Every single federal official bipartisanly signed a Senator Scott letter to the president objecting to this. It is a point of pride to show unity throughout our county and throughout Florida. And when we're done with this issue, I hope we continue on in this process to demand that this water quality that we see that is so green and algae laden around our waterways that are killing our reef and our ecosystems, that we demand that this get improved. And I thank the council beforehand for considering this issue, and I thank everybody involved in supporting our unity and basically looking forward to the things that we need to do to basically protect and reverse the damage we've seen, protect the places we love and reverse the damage we've seen. Anyway, thank you very much for listening, and yes, we hope Terry gets back tomorrow. It's a big concern, so thank you all.
Thank you. Marnie, is your timer working now?
Not really.
Okay. Okay. I'm hearing things ring.
Next, and we have more speakers.
Okay.
Next up is Dr. Harold Dalton.
Good evening. Dr. Harold Dalton, Upper Matacumbe. And I don't need the timer. It timed out at 2 minutes and 47 seconds. So I'd like to take this opportunity as we start a new political year for the village to thank the members of the council and staff for their work this past year. I would like to review a few of the key accomplishments. Number one, Madam Mayor, you have brought back an appropriate level of organization and decorum to these meetings that had been sorely lacking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number two, the council was initially dealt a blow with a resignation of a member, and quite frankly, quickly and appropriately filled a vacant position following the rules set out by the village charter. Kudos. Three, you guys actively and preemptively engaged our lobbyist team in both Tallahassee and Washington for the betterment of our community. That task had been ignored by previous councils, even though we paid them hundreds of thousands of dollars. Four, this council has fixed a long-broken working relationship with Key Largo Waste Management Treatment District after a long-strained relationship. You guys engaged the community at a level never seen before by creating community task forces for two critical issues confronting the village. The budget and the baseball field task forces were successful on multiple levels. Number six, you were able to keep the tax rate stable with no increases despite ballooning personnel costs and inflationary pressures. But without a doubt, the most important thing you did in the past year is hire the most overqualified village manager ever. Ron's experience, connections, organizational skills, and frankly, his ability to accomplish what he sets out to do are a blessing to this village, and we should all be grateful to you for your service. In closing, this has been a productive year for the village and a successful year in many respects. Next year will bring many new challenges, and I am sure you will rise to meet them. I am confident that I speak for all citizens of Islamorada when I say thank you for your service to this community.
Thank you, Larry. That was very nice. Thank you very, very much. A little bit much on Ron, but okay. Okay. Marnie?
Okay, our last speaker is Tom Vitale. I may have said the last name wrong.
You said it right, even though I don't look like Tom. There's two of us. Am I allowed to give you guys these? Is that okay?
Sure. Just hand it to the clerk, and she'll keep a copy, and then we can pass it out.
Too many there. So, my name's Kelly Borch. I live here in the park on a boat. So does Tom Vitale, who apparently is going to leave me hanging up here. He's going to speak after me, so I'll keep it brief. What you guys are receiving are, and all of you actually have received probably multiple emails from me. I was thankful to get a response from Mr. Horton and Peter also, and Maria has also responded to a couple of my emails. Our biggest concern is the poison that's being used in the park. And I use that word because honestly that is what it is it's straight up poison. We understand that the park is supposed to be beautiful. We understand that everybody wants it to be beautiful, but there's got to be a better way than dumping chemicals that are harmful to us, harmful to our animals, harmful to the children that I literally watch roll around this ground on. And what we've provided you today is really just kind of an idea of what the chemicals are that are being used to the best of our knowledge and what we've been told are being used, what the harmful effects of those chemicals are, what the possibilities of an issue for the village to have if these continue to, keep being used, and honestly hopes that we can all come to a better solution. There's many organic materials that have a base that's not PFAS or whatever the forever chemicals are called. I understand that, we went to the advisory meeting, we were asked to come here to also bring this to you guys' attention. We're told that this is being taken seriously, and I hope that's true. We're here to help, as much as we can, but honestly, you can Google and find these products just as easily as we can. And we care about this park. We've lived here for a while now. We waited on the list for 6 years to live here, and we walk our 3 dogs, miles upon miles a day. If you see screaming Chihuahua, that's us. You've probably seen us. And we love the park. So to watch chemicals be dumped literally right by the beach, by the tennis courts, by the water, chemicals were dumped today, and it literally rained today. So where do those chemicals go? We have spinning fish, we have all of these things happening, and it's just so frustrating that we're contributing to that. When in reality, we are a park that has a responsibility to the patrons and to the children that play here, to the animals that live here, to the people that live here. And, I hope you guys understand that we're here to bring this to your attention, and we hope you take it seriously. And I haven't left Tom much time. Hopefully you can restart the clock for him because he's a new human. Tom is a doctor, and I really do want Tom to come up here because Tom is very knowledgeable in with this information. He's unfortunately had 2 dogs pass away from an unknown cancer that lived in this park. We're not saying it was that, but there have been a few things that have happened. We've seen dead rats, dead birds, dead squirrels, lots of things going on, and that's been very recent. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate what you guys do, and hopefully you'll allow Tom to also come up and get his spotlight.
Marnie,
Thank you.
did Tom fill out a form? Does Tom want to come
Yes,
up?
Tom filled out a form.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and Council. Yes, my name's Thomas Vitale. I live at the park here. And just to reinforce what Kelly said and what the gentleman said earlier, we have to be aware of the water and the toxins we use and the chemicals we use on the land. But from my aspect, I worry about the people because, yes, I had 2 dogs. One was only 4 years old. It died of cancer. One of the chemicals that was spread on the lawn, the Great Lawn last week by Fethrin, causes cancer in dogs. That was spread on Wednesday. The next day, people were setting up for the holiday fest. Nobody is supposed to be exposed to the chemical within 48 hours. Number one, it's supposed to bind to the soil, so to speak, and be safe. That's why you see pesticides when they put the signs, and after 48 hours, it's supposed to be safe to go back. But I wonder how many of you would be safe with your children or grandchildren going on your lawn after you spread a pesticide just in 2 days. The amphitheater had pesticide signs placed on Wednesday. They were taken down Friday morning. Friday afternoon, there were children crawling around on that bent grass in front of the amphitheater. There were dogs, of course, and many people just laying on the grass there. Yes, the half-life, well, the chemicals bind to the soil and it's supposed to be safe. Yes, you're not going to ingest it and make it poisonous, but these chemicals don't go away. The half-life for the chemical that was used in front of the amphitheater is 6 to 8 days, the half-life. The half-life of the chemical used in the Great Lawn is 6 to 8 months. And that's the one that causes cancers in dogs. Both of these chemicals are not supposed to be used close to water, at least 100 feet. Toxic to fish. In the state of California, these chemicals are outlawed. All that I ask, I'm not asking for a capital investment. Apparently, we have an environmental person on staff at the village to help advise, to help manage, to have foresight. And when we use these chemicals, to try to have foresight in keeping them safe for everyone, for the people, for the pets, and for our fish. We can also contact other parks. I worked in hospitals all my life. The hospitals communicated, believe it or not, we communicated amongst ourselves for best practices. We called other hospitals. Why not call the other parks for best practices? And that's all I have to say, but thank you very much. And I hope that we heed this warning because these chemicals are very toxic. I have
Ron,
some
thank you. Ron wants
objective
to-
information here, too.
Ron?
Yeah, on behalf of the village, we do take the issue very seriously. We had a meeting this morning with our Environmental Resources Manager, Peter. We had our Public Works Director, AJ, Maria, Parks and Rec, and our Lisa, our Marina Manager. So we all met today. We agreed that we're going to look for the most environmentally sensitive ways to treat our properties. We're also going to make sure that everybody that is using the stuff is properly trained, that they know they have to follow directions. We're going to have written protocols just to make sure there's nothing wrong going on. So we are taking it seriously, and we'll report back when we have more information.
Thank you. John, did you want to say something?
No, it was just, there was only one set of documents, so Marnie had asked what did I said she should keep it because the clerk needs it, and then she can make copies and circulate it
Okay.
to the council.
Okay, thank you. Marnie, is anyone else?
There are no other speakers signed up.
Okay. Public comment is now closed. Okay, moving on to the first item, nomination for mayor and vice mayor. What do you guys want to do? Somebody want to jump in there?
Turn on my mic. I'll nominate Don Horton for mayor.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Marty, you call the roll, please.
Councilmember Steve Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis,
Yes?
Councilmember Ann Richards,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton,
Yes.
and Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you. All right, go to vice mayor now. Don't just sit down, we're not done yet.
Not quite yet.
It's going to roll me over here. Okay, nomination for vice mayor. Do I have a nomination?
I'll nominate Sharon.
Oh, is there a second?
I was going to nominate Anna, but
It's up to you guys.
So what do you want to do?
Well, there's a motion on the floor, so we need to do something.
well, there's two, yeah, there's two nominations.
Is it, you can have two nominations at
I
once?
think so. I don't know.
Steve, you want to weigh in?
Oh, I forgot he's there.
I'll second the nomination for Sharon.
Okay, Marnie, then do we call the roll? Is that, John, I'm looking for direction.
Yeah, there's a motion and a second, so we need
Okay.
to address it, yes.
Marnie, call the roll, please.
Okay, Councilmember Anna Richards,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Yes.
Mayor Don Horton,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Thank you, yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Once a mayor, always mayor.
Frank, can we take a 5-minute break to rearrange, shift seats? Let Don roll over here.
All right. We got lots to do tonight, so thank y'all for your patience, and let's get going here. Thank y'all very much. All right. It looks like we're moving on to an FKA update, I think. So, Mr. Cutler, do you have an update for us?
Yes,
Thank you.
Aaron Cutler, Construction Manager for the Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to give an update today. Okay, we got it ready. Let's get to the right screen here. I'm going to go past that one. Okay, I'm going to start on this map. We're currently working our way with the drinking water pipe through that orange segment that you see up there, which we've been calling that the school work zone, which is a lot of what our coordination with the schools and law enforcement has been about. We recently, over the past few weeks, have gotten past a really difficult area in the Plantation Key Colony, keeping Woods Avenue open so that school pickup drop-off didn't change, trying to keep at least one other exit point in that neighborhood, which was Royal Ponciana or Palm. We've now made it past all of those segments, thank goodness. And but it's been a lot of support with Monroe County Sheriff's Office and the schools. We're meeting with them every single week, sometimes multiple times. But we're currently at our next, difficult spot. We're about 200 feet from the Bessie intersection. So we've got an approval with the traffic control plan to shut that intersection down when we cross through it. But we recently met with law enforcement and schools and the amount of buses that have to travel through and cross. Our contractor has came up with a plan to try to keep that open during the day, especially during those peak school times from like 6 in the morning till 9, and then the pickup times in the afternoons. They're going to keep that intersection open. So we're anticipating to be to that intersection on tomorrow night. So they're getting a lot of the prep work. You guys have probably seen them out there done. If that goes as planned, we'll be able to cross that intersection hopefully by Friday, end of day, and they get everything paved and restored and taken down for the weekend. And then on Sunday, when they come back to work, hopefully we're on the other side of the Bessie intersection. So that's the last difficult spot. We have a special arrangement with law enforcement for starting tomorrow, that there will be law enforcement on both sides of the intersections, and we have additional flaggers to keep bus traffic through especially. But I just want to let the council and the public know that that's happening this week. And then once we finish that, really the last stretch, I'll show on another map and we're almost done. So let me just go through the rest of this real quick. Okay, so basically we have, that number's a little less when they put this together. We now have 26,340 feet of the drinking water installed. There's 34,000 of it proposed, so we're a little bit less than 80% of the way done. We started this back in March of this year, and it's looking like, and in this segment I want to add, we've dealt with a lot more utilities that we've uncovered that were unknowns. We've worked closely with the village, and they've been super helpful with getting AJ and Rand and his whole team coming out there and identifying some of the stuff and helping us. But we've also dealt with King Tide, and the groundwater issues we're at the worst time of the year to be here, but there's no perfect time. So we're getting through it. We usually get around 200 to 250 feet a night. In this area, we've only been getting about 100 feet, so that's why it's a little bit slower going. But nevertheless, we're making our way through. And I want to mention, the holiday work plan. So what we're planning to do, I'm actually going to go back to that slide at the end. Let me go to here first. So if you see that last box at the top of the screen, there's a little dot on it. Where that circle dot in the roadway is represents where we have to connect to our directional drill pipe that crossed Tavernier Creek. So once we get through, you can see where the Bessie intersection is there. Once we get through that, by the end of this week, we really only have that stretch from that Bessie intersection up to that last yellow circle there by that text box, and that's about 500 feet. So we're expecting and we're planning that By Sunday, the 21st, we're connecting our steel pipe to that pipe that's already been drilled. And then we'll spend the 22nd and the 23rd of December cleaning up, repaving the roads, taking all the traffic control down so that by the Christmas holiday, you know, by the 23rd, we're out of the way. And then when we come back first week of January, we're picking up on the other side of Tavernier Creek Bridge and headed north, you know, to Ocean. So that's the plan. I do want to back up here and make sure I covered it. One more. Okay. Yeah, so let's just make sure I covered everything. Yeah, just the holiday period. Okay, yeah, so 12/23 to January 4th. That's our holiday plan schedule. And with that, I just want to thank the village and law enforcement and the schools, the public especially. They've been super patient with us. We're almost, you know, out of the way. So just bear with us for here a couple more weeks, hopefully. That's it.
Thank you. Council, do y'all have anything? Deb, you want to say something?
Yes, first of all, I think you've done an outstanding job. Secondly, though, I just have a simple question because I'd like to promote the good work that you have done. Did you say that you've completed 26,000 feet?
Yes, ma'am. 26,340 as of last night.
Okay. That's in this section, but you've already did one section. Do you know how long that section was off the top of your head?
Yes, ma'am. So that section was 2,100 feet. So I'm counting that. That 26,340 is from when we started in March, and it includes that segment that we crossed Tavernier Creek. So that's in the calculation.
So I'm talking all the way, all the way through the heart of Isla Mirada there.
Oh,
that's including that.
No, ma'am. This is just the Plantation Key project. So
Right.
from Snake Creek, yes, we also did Windley Key and Isla Mirada, Whale Harbor, and T-Table as well.
Right. And you've done an outstanding job
Thank you.
getting as far as you have and learned along the way how to push that forward quickly and efficiently.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Aaron, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I got one question.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to be shutting down any part of the northbound on the other side by Tavernier Town during Hell Week, or are y'all shut down that whole week that we call Hell Week, that week between Christmas and New Year's?
So we're not going to have any MOT in that week anywhere.
Okay.
And then when we do pick up after the holiday, we're still coming up with a plan because we have the hospital on the other side there. But the two southbound lanes will never be impacted. What our current plan is to have during the day still one northbound lane on the northbound side because our pipe's in that side of the road.
All right, great.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, Ron, we've got, looks like we've got a discussion from your staff on DOT or freebie.
Yes, we've been in contact with FDOT. They want us to give direction about whether we want to extend the grant. They've agreed to give us another year of funding for the grant. And so I've asked Alyssa to give you a brief update. And we also want to have a discussion, maybe not all tonight, about whether we want to institute a fare. Right now it's free, which means all the taxpayers are subsidizing freebie. There's been some discussion about making it a user fee, you know, maybe $2.50, you know, not a huge one, but let them pay something. We've been back and forth with DOT about whether we can charge a fare. It's a little confusing that you have to, it would extend the service. I don't want to get into too much on the fare because that's a policy question. But I just want to give you an update tonight through Alyssa of some of our discussions with DOT.
Very good, thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you. Good evening, council, new mayor and vice mayor. So the village, you guys are pretty aware, I'm sure, because we've been running this program under this grant for the past couple years. The village currently provides freebie ride service to Isla Mirada. This program has existed since 2024. So the cost of the grant awards the village $276,665, and the village matches it dollar for dollar for the service. I wanted to include some ridership data just based on the last year. 56,000 riders, about 40,000 rides. We get that data monthly from Freebie. So the village has been offered a third year of funding. This program does an original application for a project, and then you can apply for subsequent years. So the village received the initial funding, received its year 2 funding, and now we are offered our year 3 funding. This is for the state fiscal year 2026. And it is worth noting that this was, a lot of projects did not get awarded. The total funding pot was reduced this year, but the village does have the opportunity to discuss it tonight. And if we don't accept the funding for this, the current grant will end in the summer of 2026. Too far. There we go. So tonight, this is under discussion because council has to decide whether to, one, move forward with the state fiscal year 2026 award. We'll begin processing Amendment 2 with FDOT. That would add $276,665 to the balance of the existing contract. It would extend the agreement date to either June 30th, 2027 or December, depending on how the invoices work out. The other option is to cancel the state fiscal year 2026 award, in which case FDOT will not process the amendment. The contract will close once existing funds are fully expended, or we reach the contract end date. So I want to I'll touch base on it since Ron brought it up. What would a rider fee kind of do for the village? This slide's here to kind of help explain it a little bit. So if you're introducing a rider fee to the program, you can look at common fees per rider, such as $2, $2.50, $3, and it'll give you a different range. So currently, we have an invoice from Freebie. It's $46,100. And that gets split between FDOT and the village. The village pays up front and is reimbursed by FDOT on a quarterly basis. If we introduced a rider fare, that would reduce the invoice that comes to the village that we would pay, and we would split that cost with FDOT. So over time, reducing the monthly cost, it reduces the annual cost of the program. And so that's kind of the benefit of the rider fee. It either extends the program out, so you can have a few extra months under the same amount that you would put into the program, or if you choose to do so, you can take it on a year-by-year basis and provide the service for a year, and there is no negative effects if we do not fulfill the entire $276,665. We can kind of take it on a year-by-year basis. So I want to pause here. I'm here for questions. I'd like to give you guys time to discuss, and I also want to mention Jason Spiegel with Freebie is available online for questions as well.
All right. Council, any questions? Deb?
Of course.
Of course, absolutely. Your mic's on. Go
My
for it.
mic's on. So, first of all, what she said is true from what I found is there was about 30 applications for this grant money. Normally they pick about 20 or 25. This year they only picked 9, and Islamorada was one of the 9.
Mm-hmm.
So we are highly looked at in the eyes of DOT. Our program has been highly recognized. That being said, this is tonight, I believe, only a decision of whether or not to accept the grant. If working towards budget next year, we decide that there's just not the money, that we don't want to go forward with the program, there's no obligation to maintain the grant, to keep the grant. That if we accept it tonight, it just puts our name in it, and if we decide we don't want it, we just give it back to them.
Mm-hmm.
Or we just stop the program. So I believe that the last time we had the discussion, we had many people in this town say how important it was to figure out some kind of riding program for our residents. I still believe that. If we need to go to a fee, we need to go to a fee to help support it. As everybody remembers, I'm not crazy about that, but we all have to do what we have to do to make it work. I would highly suggest that we go ahead and accept it, and then as we move forward in the spring, figure out how it works into our budget, how we could morph it, maybe go ahead and ask Jason to put the ridership money in place. That's up to the rest of us on council here. I think it's an important program.
Thank you, Deb. Anna, Sharon, anybody?
No. I mean, I'm going to go along with it. I think there's too many people. We saw the amount of people, we heard from the amount of people that use this program. And as stated, we were one of only 9 communities that actually got the funding for it. So I think it's very important that we do. But I do think that it would help if we instituted a little fee to help offset our costs and help our budget. Just my opinion.
I agree. Sharon?
I would like to, as Deb said, for right now, say yes, but I think we need to have a fee. I've always felt that way. But I'd like to see what other companies could do besides just one company. I want to see, go out to see what other companies would come in with some different suggestions or maybe other things. So that's where I want to go. So.
Thank you very much. I think it's fortunate that we're one of the 9 that got chosen out of all of the applicants. We need it. The community has proven that through the, when there was the threat of losing it or canceling it, they showed up in hordes and sent a message to us that they rely on that. During the legislative conference, we kind of had some discussions, and Ron and I have talked about maybe not even just going to a Florida Keys Day, but meeting some folks during Florida Keys Day and then having a follow-up meeting with DOT and see if we can expand this a little bit. It's obvious to me if we're out of all the communities, we're one of the 9 that they recognize that we have a traffic issue, and it's not a traffic issue that we're causing. It's all of the folks going down to Marathon and Key West that are vacationing in these towns that are basically a whole town of hotels. And if we can come up with a traffic plan that'll be helpful, I think if we turn this money away now, we're sending a message to DOT saying, we don't need your money, and we probably won't ever get it again. So I think it's the right thing for us to do is carry on, accept this grant, and then at the same time start thinking about what this council wants to do and what the community wants to do as far as charging, so that we're not taking out the ad valorem taxes. It's a rider fee, and I'm okay with $2 or $3 each way, and I think that falls within what other communities do on, and it's certainly freebie or a similar service is a better service than jumping on a Metrobus. So I think it's a great idea. So I'm all for it.
I have a question about the,
Yeah, sure.
the fee.
Yeah.
It's something that you said. When we collect the fee, we split the fee with DOT also? So in other words, if we collect $20,000, does that come off of our side of the bill? Or does it come off our side, which the whole bill is ours, and then we get reimbursed? But am I saying that do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I think we split the profits with them is the way it sounded to me.
We split that too?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the first time I'd heard that.
Yeah,
I thought it came off of just our side.
It is a little weird at first, but I did the investigation, so I know how it works now. Our invoice, the fees would come right off the invoice, and the remainder of the invoice is then split between Village and FDOT, but the actual amount, we would still have that $276,665 match from FDOT to work with. So inevitably, it just extends the program, if you wish, reducing the monthly payments. So it can spread over multiple fiscal years if you choose.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Ron, do you need any further direction? I think you've got a consensus up here for us to. Do we need a motion in a second?
We need to talk to Steve.
Steve's maybe still having to.
Oh, Steve, you're still here. Steve.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. Yeah,
Absolutely.
no, I agree with everybody. I think this is a very important program that
It
we
is.
need to continue because we don't have an alternative. So I would agree that we should continue to receive the grant and continue to look at alternative possibilities for mass transportation around the community. I think it's very important. We all know that. So I agree with the discussion.
Good deal.
Yeah, I think we have direction. We don't need a motion that we will proceed with the grant. And it is complicated. Alyssa and I have spent hours trying to figure out how the rider fees would incorporate. We've been back and forth with DOT. In addition, we've also looked into maybe having a separate, maybe a loop vehicle with more than one person that would maybe do some loops. And the mayor has looked into autonomous buses. There's some other possibilities, but I think Freebie in and of itself, that type of service is something we've gotten used to. And it basically, the summary would be, they've given us a $276,000 grant, which we've agreed to match, no matter what. But then the rider fees would then extend it, so that basically we're not able to replace our share. We're just going to be able to increase the service if the council decides to do a rider fee. But I just thought, out of fairness, there are some taxpayers in Islamorada that don't use the service. Maybe it should be plus when you have a user fee, I think it helps people value the service a little better. If something's free, you tend not to value it quite as well.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, and yeah, that's the first time Ron's mentioned that, and Ron and I have had several discussions about looking into having some type of inner city loop transit system rather than relying on something like this, and I've talked to our lobbyists several times about that, just to get a feel for how that would work, and if it would be something that we might be able to take on with another company, that we could have a clean, dependable, timely, app-driven type of system that would have something going southbound and something going northbound, and utilize the old road on that, taking us off of the highway, us getting out of the problem that Marathon and Key West are causing for us. So I think if we could come to some kind of a system like that and convince DOT that we've relied on Freebie for so long, but at the same time, we'd like to see how we can develop our own system. It's worth looking into, and the lobbyists seem like they're on board with that too. So,
I think all of us are here probably remember the little trolley. It wasn't a trolley bus. It was a little bus that.
Yeah, the little blue bus.
What was
Yep.
his name? What was his name? No, his name.
What was his
Driver.
name? Mr.
Fred?
Ted. Mr. Ted, that's right, Mr. Ted.
Ted. And how valuable it was. I just had a customer at the hotel that she was absolutely ecstatic over the fact that we had a way for her to get around, because she got here and her car broke down.
Yep.
And she
Good deal.
had no way to get around. So we don't need a motion, though.
We don't need a motion. You got direction. A consensus. Steve, you have anything else?
All good.
All right, good deal. All right,
Thank
then
you.
let's move on to the next. Thank you, Alyssa, very much. Jennifer, let's have a status update on our comp plan if we can.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
You've been wanting to do that for a while, I'm sure.
I have, actually. So just about a year ago, we kicked off our comprehensive plan update with Able City East. You all probably know that and remember that well. We went through a week of charrettes with them here. They did a tour of the village. Did some surveys. They met with a bunch of people. They've done a lot of work for us. They've been working really hard on our project. I know a lot of people think, what's been happening, what's been going on. I haven't seen any product and think that nothing's happening, but I assure you that they are working. It is a process. A lot of this waiting is necessary because right now they've been collecting all the information and putting it together for us in a document. So I will tell you that staff has received an internal draft for staff review and staff comment. Staff is providing comments to them on the internal draft at this time. All of those comments should be to them by the end of the week. And then they have told me that they will within 3 to 4 weeks, which should bring us to the beginning of January, probably second week of January, have a final draft for public view and council view at that time. At that time, after that final draft is released, I'll post it on the website. I'll give council each their own copy. We will schedule another public workshop where Able City will present the draft to the public and anybody that wants to attend, answer any questions. After that public workshop, if there's additional changes or things that we feel still needs to be worked on, they'll take care of that as well for us. And then they'll put together the documents for the LPA meeting, and that will be the next big public hearing process. I anticipate that the LPA public hearing will be an intensive process that probably will be a hearing where it's the only item on the agenda, where that's all they discuss. I may even talk to the LPA about doing an all-day hearing, because it's a big item. It's important that we spend the time talking about it. It may be more than one hearing. I won't know that until we get into the process. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It is happening. We're excited about it. I wanted to give you guys that update. So after LPA makes their recommendation, it will come to you for first reading, but you will see a draft probably second to third week of January. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you. Deb, your light's on.
Yeah. Just some of the comments that come from the public, which are good comments, but the things as we work on comp plan changes as we go forward. Can you explain how that rolls into the process in
Sure.
Able City?
We've been obviously collecting those. They're putting them in our comp plan as it exists now, and then getting those over to Able City so that they can roll those into the new version as well. So we're taking that into consideration.
So, anybody else over here? No? Steve, do you have anything at the moment?
No, not this time, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Jennifer, there, at the last conference that Ron and I attended, and I'm going to bring that up probably several times, because there was some really important discussions that we had with the Florida League of Cities lobbyists and their attorneys and their experts. And it sounds to me like that there are several other cities that are in the middle of working on their comprehensive plan. And Senate Bill 180 continues to get in their way. And the way Senate Bill 180 is written is that if it's considered burdensome, then cities are not allowed to change their regulations. And that would include on their comp plan rewrites. So what is, I guess maybe I'm going to ask John too, because it's a legal question too, but where are we at with that? I mean, there are likely going to be some changes that somebody is going to say. I mean, we may look at it and say, wow, this is better, it's a little more user-friendly, it's better for the public, and somebody else look at it and say, that's burdensome. So are we kind of in limbo with because other towns are telling us, yes, we're in limbo with our comp plan?
To some extent, yes. I mean, we're not quite at the end of the, we're not at the finish line yet with it, so we have some time to get to the finish line, and hopefully, there have been discussions up in Tallahassee, what they call a fix-it bill, where hopefully there will be a bill coming in that the sponsor of the bill of that amendment indicated that wasn't his intent, the reach that it currently has. I haven't seen an actual fix-it bill yet that would walk it back to see what that would look like. But to the extent that that there is a fix-it bill that takes Islamorada out of it, then we would be able to proceed and it wouldn't be an issue. So I think it's prudent for us, for the village to move forward with it, because hopefully we will get that fix-it bill in there, and then we'll be closer to the finish line and we can just move forward and pass it. Whereas if we'd already committed to this process, so it wasn't like we're just starting out. So we already are moving forward. I think it's prudent to do that. If they don't create a fix-it bill, then I think we would have to look at it really, yes, on a case-by-case basis. There are some options built into SB 180 where within a certain time period we might be able to change it or rescind the decision. It's a little complicated when it comes to ordinances in terms of timing, so I'm not sure how realistic that might be, but we can take a look at it, but we'd have to really look at probably on a case-by-case basis as to what, if anything, might be in violation of SB 180 as it currently stands.
So we may be able to get away with, similar to what the county had to do in 1986, and adopt a 80% or 90% of the comp plan, let the other parts that would be considered burdensome than sit until this 180 is changed or the fix-it bill is changed.
Exactly. And there might be opportunities too to potentially work with the landowners. If there is something that's burdensome, maybe we could work with them, because there are carve-outs where if it's initiated by a property owner, then that wouldn't fall under the SB 180 restrictions. So, this is, trying to think through how we might be able to get as much of this across the finish line if we can't get all of it. And so I've got some ideas as to how we might be able to maybe work with some folks in the village to, obviously they'd have to be willing to, but, we'll see if we get there. Hopefully, we just get this fix-it bill like what's being discussed up in Tallahassee, and if we do, then all of this won't be for naught, which is good.
Yeah.
And I did want to point out one thing in response to Councilwoman Gillis's question about the amendments that are coming as we're going through this process. One thing I did want to point out is the village can't stop somebody from applying for a comp plan amendment.
Sure.
So if somebody comes in and applies, we have to process it.
Sure.
And part of that process is bringing it forward to you all for consideration, and we're required to consider it and make a vote on it. So just because we're bringing amendments forward doesn't mean they're village initiated. In fact, many times they're initiated by the property owners, and we have to move forward with them. We can't just sit on them.
Good deal. Thank you, John. Thank you. I think it's a good time to segue into what you said, Sharon. I totally agree that we should look at having a charter review committee. It's been 11 years since we've had a charter review committee. I served on that one. I've served on both charter review committees since I left the village in 2005. I think that I actually spoke to our previous manager and thought before we even started this comp plan rewrite that we should actually have a brand new strategic plan, and we should also have a charter review committee. So I think that maybe Marnie can help us on that, and because a charter amendment requires vote by the citizens of Islamorada, the voters of Islamorada. So in order to advance that, if we were to do it at the next election, we'd need to kind of count backwards, Marnie, and see when that needed to be completed by before, so that we could advertise it in the public realm so that it can be voted on at the next election in November of 26.
I'd say you're probably looking at June at the latest, because it would need to come back before the council, and the council would need to approve any proposed ballot language and any amendment to put on the ballot. So you're probably, Marnie can confirm, but just since we're in December, it's pretty tight. We're looking, probably 6 months at the most.
Well, I think if we were to form a committee and take a look at the charter that we have now and see because there's been several people talk about maybe we should change, methods of how a council is, or a mayor and vice mayor are chosen. Maybe there are ways that I've heard some people say, why don't we go to 3-year terms instead of 2-year terms to have some more continuity? I've heard some people say maybe we should go to the top 5 council members, and I think that the Charter Review Committee needs to look at all of those and see if that's something that the voters would want to have. So I would envision it, being able to take the framework of our existing charter and be able to change that should be able to be done in 3 to 4 months.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean to say that it wasn't doable. I just if we have create a charter review committee, it's important for the committee members to know the expectation as to when that deadline is, so that they can schedule their meetings, because they might not, a lot of times those committees are formed with a long way out. They meet every other month. I don't think, depending on how much they want to do, you probably wouldn't be able to do like an every other month. So it was more just
it would be
perspective.
we'd have to pick however many people we decide as a council that would be on that, and I'm thinking maybe 7, but we had 10 the last time.
I
It
was
was way
going to
too
say, I
many.
was think it was 10.
It was way too
before.
many.
It was each council got 2 people, is
Yeah.
what I remember.
I would definitely recommend an odd number.
Well, and I kind of was just, thinking about how that would work, and maybe each council member pick one representative, and then maybe the council take other applicants and pick two more, at large.
We've done
And
that.
that way you'd come up with the 7, and maybe, because I think we're going to have to pick, 7 people that are willing to drill down and really get busy and get this done in a timely manner to be able to have it to where it could be on the next referendum. Yeah?
I think
So-
it.
So how do we advance that? I'm sorry, go on, Deb.
No, go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, I think it falls to what we've done just in this last year with the task force. It's the predecessor to a task force.
Yeah, sunset.
It
Make-
really
give it
is.
where it sunsets, yeah. So
we-
how would we advance it at that point? I mean, is that something that we need to bring up at the next council meeting and vote on?
I think what we can do to, given the time frame and to kind of expedite it is, we could put together a resolution creating it, and then for you all to fill in names. It would have a resolution, and in the resolution, it would set forth what their the duties would be, and appointing, the 7 people, and then we would leave them blank so that you all could appoint, and then we could pass the resolution if that's the will of the council, and then that way they can move forward, and they can roll up their sleeves and start working on it.
All right.
So potentially they could start in February, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or even, it could be
Well,
the end of January, yeah,
yeah.
depending on how quickly they want to
We'd
get
have to
going.
vote in January, so anytime after that.
Yeah.
Sharon, anything? Steve, you want to weigh in on that idea?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yep. Okay.
He looks tired.
He looks tired. You do look
2:30 in
tired.
the morning, you should be tired.
Okay.
One suggestion would be maybe in our newsletter, we can announce that we're maybe looking for applicants, because it might be difficult to find people. We've been pretty lucky with our budget review task force and the baseball field task force, but let people know that's out there, because you might have people that don't know, that we can just say we're looking for the possibility of this coming up in January. If you're interested, let Marnie know, for example, like a committee would be for the village, and that way you have a pool of people. Then y'all can pick from that pool or separately, but then we have other people then that you can then make the 2 at-larges, for example.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who want to do it? Yeah.
All right. Again, it's really one of those things that you just need a consensus on at this point.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Well, then let's get it done. All right. Let's see. Let's move on to Sitters Advisory. Carol, you still here? Did we put you? Good deal. Thanks for sticking in there with us, Carol.
And congratulations to the new mayor and council folks. We had the last Parks and Rec meeting just recently. We had the introduction from Emily Rother, who brought to us a lot of the artistic and cultural things. So we had a chance to see what she's bringing to the village. Pete introduced to us the fact that the pavilion, which is down at Green Turtle Hammock, is now open. And so if you have not been down there, that pavilion is open and available for different usages. So check with Pete and with the group on what the guidelines are. We also had Kelly and the environmental group came and gave their initial presentation that they spoke to already tonight, that I know is coming to all of you. So I think the conversation about having as environmentally sensitive things as possible, safe not only for the environment, but also for the users of the park, the animals, the kids, and all of us. So I know that's an ongoing thing that's now come back to you and also to staff. The baseball issues have been ongoing for weeks and months, and they are now coming to you. So you've had the opportunity. We have done a lot of reviewing and revising. The task force gave their input, and I believe the next steps have to do with the coordination that the manager and the Monroe County have to do with the next steps on the baseball. So that's really up to you next. And so the last issue has to do with the park fees. Those, I believe, are also coming to you. We've had a couple of opportunities to review the arrangements or the suggestions that were made by staff on redoing the park fees. And the grounding for that, we get to remember, is doing what we all can to be, not only to protect our park, but also to be financially sensible to contribute to the village expenses. And so the first thing that happened is we made a decision as a committee that one of the budget issues that we could look at was the possibility of shrinking the amount that our contractors would get who are working at the village, meaning our sports contractors, the diving, the swimming, the tennis, and so on. We were given the option of decreasing the fees that they get, and we made the decision not to do that. We made the decision to keep the fees as they were. We felt that the split was appropriate. We want to keep those programs as effective as possible. So we kept those, which then gave us the opportunity to say, okay, the staff is coming up with revisions and relooking at what kinds of fees there might be for the use of the park. And those fees are really supported by a combination of residents, of Monroe County residents, that may be parents of students that are playing sports here, that may be out-of-town people that are guests, the combination of those different kinds of things. And so all of those things are really coming to council. We have, the committee spent a lot of time working with the staff and hearing their recommendations. They've done a lot of work on it and put a lot of homework into it. That's really their department. And so we acknowledge that work and endorse the fact that the suggestions that they have would then come to you, which I think this is on your agenda now. So I think that's, I think everything's back on your plate now.
Thank you, Carol.
Any questions or?
Anybody got anything? Carol, the fees that you say we're charging and splitting with our contractors, does that cover their cost? If we collect and they're contractors, they're getting paid as well, right?
Yes.
And-
Yeah, it
and
had to do with a percentage of split, like of 100% that's paid for a certain service. A certain amount of that comes to the contractor and a certain amount of it comes back to the park. And those percentage splits, we elected to keep, we suggested keeping them as they were so that the contractors would not have their income shrink because of any of our considerations. We wanted to continue to support them. These are our, pool, park, tennis, swim contractors.
None of them have a guaranteed fee. It's just a split of how many people they can get to come in and give lessons
I believe
to.
so,
then they
yes.
get a-
Yes,
okay,
it's just a
great.
standard percentage, and I don't remember and I don't know, but, let's say it's 80-20, 90-10, with different percentages, but we elected not to shrink that and take away from their income out of that split. We elected to keep those as they were to continue to support our contractors.
And I understand that you guys looked at maybe not just giving an exemption to people that are staying at hotels, and those folks would still have to pay. They're not just considered guests.
Really, the difference of a person who was a guest, whether it was a hotel or a rental guest or whatever it was not really a major part of our conversation. It was really the three divisions were residents and what was available to actual residents, Monroe County, which are sometimes the parents of students who play here and so on, and then out-of-towners. And all of them have different options for having like a weekly pass or a 10-pack or various things, and the fees for those would be a little bit different. We did not have a specific conversation about, we want the hotel guests to have this or that. That was really not part of our conversation. It was treating everyone as though they were either residents or not.
Village, county, or out-of-towners.
Exactly,
Okay,
and that's not, we didn't make it a distinction or a discrimination or anti-this or that. It was simply trying to do what we could to support the guidelines that were made by the staff, and then also to try to be as even-handed and have the fees support the budget for the village.
Great, thanks. Deb, your mic was on. You got something?
Well, I was just going to say on the fees that we pay the coaches and whatever, to reduce that is like giving them a pay cut.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I get it.
we're not usually
Yep.
into much of that,
Right.
pay cuts. So it's got to come from other, and when we get to that tab, I've got other things I want to ask and talk
Okay.
about, so.
Steve, you want to weigh in?
Thank you for the presentation. Thanks.
Good deal. All right, thank you, Carol.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate the
Thank
work
you.
you guys are doing. The Park and Rec
Thanks.
Committee is awesome.
It's our pleasure, and it's a wonderful committee. We enjoy working with staff, and we feel like we're doing as much as we can to honor our great place and be good for the village, so thank
Y'all are
you.
very active. It's a great committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, we'll move on to, I don't see Greg Dully out here. Is land acquisition, does somebody have a presentation for our land acquisition?
Mr. Dolly is ill this evening, so we've moved it to the January agenda.
Wonderful, okay. Moving right along, mayor and council communications. Do you guys, Anna, have anything? Sharon? Deb? Steve?
Except maybe Merry Christmas, but
Yeah,
we
we'll
can do that later.
Steve? Okay, good deal. Well, yeah, this is our last meeting before the holidays, the Christmas holidays and New Year's. So happy New Year's and Merry Christmas to everybody. One thing I kind of want to do is well, first off, I need to mention happy birthday to my daughter Amy. But also, I thought about this before, is just recognizing the employees of the village too. And we've got 12 employees in December that have birthdays, and that's Margaret Lash and Aaron Likens and Lori Postrion and Daniel Self and Misael Operesa, Stephen Maheja, Teresa Boris, Evelyn Fraley, Paul Menning, Larry Zatwalk, which, yeah, he talks a lot to us, but he's also an employee of the village with Fire Rescue Volunteer. Anthony, I'm going to screw your name up, and I'm sorry, but it's Lobro Guerrero. And then Cassandra Serpa. So happy birthday to 12 of our December village employees. Nothing else? Good deal. All right. John, what do you have for us?
Nothing for me, other than I wish everybody a happy holidays, and I'm looking forward to continuing into 2026 with everybody as well. I feel weird saying that because it's at the beginning, but I wanted to share the sentiment. So.
Okay.
The rest is Ron.
Ron, do you want to maybe talk a little bit about the legislative conference that we
one
went
thing
to
that I
and
wanted to point
the
out
good
was-
stuff we talked about?
Yeah, so the then Vice Mayor, now Mayor Horton, and I attended the Florida League of Cities. It's called the Legislative Conference. The reason we went is that we were both appointed by the league president to serve on what's called the Advocacy Committee. This is a committee of officials around the state that will come up with a legislative platform for this upcoming session. And I looked around, it was very unusual for any city to have two people on the committee, especially one our size. And I didn't see anybody else from Monroe County on the committee. So for the whole county, Islamorada has 2 committee memberships, and I think that's really good for us. So we had the opportunity to talk to other members of other councils and municipalities. We also had a chance to talk with Dean Cannon, who's a former Speaker of the House. He is the head of lobbyists for Greg Robinson, our lobbyist. And so Dean and I were legislature together, so we had a chance for him to meet with Don, and we talked a little bit about the upcoming session. We got some of our priorities squared away. Senate Bill 180's on everybody's mind. Also property taxes, reduce or eliminating them. That's a huge issue for the league across the state. So we made some good contacts up there. We want to continue to do that. And certainly anybody that's on the council, if you have anything to do with the legislative session, as we all know, Representative Mooney and I have been talking, that they're in the middle of it already with committee meetings, and they start session next month. So any input y'all have on anything, we get weekly updates from our lobbyists, both state and federal, by the way. And so we'll try to send them out to you guys. If you see something of concern, let us know. We'll communicate with our lobbyists. But I thought it was a very productive conference. It was a 2-day conference, and I think we'll start seeing some good results from it.
Yeah, it was good. You know, our issue that we have on this one piece of property in Islamorada that doesn't pay property taxes, we had a lot of discussion with several mayors from other towns and actually talked to the staff liaison for the Florida League of Cities there, and that is actually going to be put on the agenda for the next advocacy committee. I personally talked to one mayor of a town that 50% of the homes in that one town are in that situation. And they're the same company that owns the one that's in our town is about to install 500 more of those homes. So that little town is going to give free service to close to 800 of those homes. And so, needless to say, she sits on the advocacy committee, and she's been on that committee for 2 years. She's thankful that there's finally somebody that understands her problem and can actually explain it. And so we're actually on the agenda for the next committee meeting to have that as a discussion to advance that forward and see what we can get taken care of. So we're making the right moves on that one for sure. Ron?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Mahoney reminded me that we do have on the discussion tonight approval of the baseball license agreement. It was a little complicated. That's why I've been on my phone. The school board actually met today too at 5 o'clock, and they had on their agenda a baseball license agreement. We've been trying to get it together on it. We've ended up about 90 to 95% agreement. There's about 2 or 3 items left that I've looked at. Item 4C, which has a 30-day versus 60-day approval by us of their plans. That's not the big a deal. Maintenance.
It is a big deal.
Well, it could be.
Yeah.
Maintenance, there's some differences in the maintenance of the field, and John added some alternatives, which they didn't include. And probably the biggest one was the fact that there's a termination notice of 5 years in the plan that was going to the school board, which we discussed, but then we realized that there's a 2-year termination in an interlocal agreement or the ILA, and so I left it at 2 years. And so there's some differences in what the school board, I think, approved tonight. I really couldn't see it because they're meeting at the same time, but let's assume they did. So if they approve something tonight that's different than ours, we obviously don't have an agreement. I do think that we're so close that we can get an agreement relatively soon. I've also had people in the audience that had some ideas and suggestions. I know that Vice Mayor Mahoney had some people talking to her too. So I guess the question for tonight, it's on the agenda. If you want to do whatever you're going to do, we can delay it, get input, and then delay it, however you want to do it. I do think we've made a lot of progress. I think Jamie's still here. Jamie Ingles been really good. Captain Ed's had some input. So I think if they have some particulars tonight, maybe in a public meeting, we can hear when the item comes up what their input would be, and at that point, the council can say, we'd like to defer it or not defer it. But it is on the agenda tonight. I had talked about withdrawing it, but then we wouldn't have the opportunity for people to have input. And so if there are some specific suggestions, it's in writing, it's on the agenda, it's online. If you want to say we want to change item 4C, then I can take that into consideration. So rather than just not hearing it at all tonight, maybe get input when we get to that item, and then at that point, if you decide you want to defer it, we can defer it till next month.
Well, I may be wrong, but I think that's the reason why this council was bold enough to say we're more than happy to meet with them face to face, for them to come to us or we to go to them, and us to have a special call meeting and work this out with them instead of having all of these, go-betweens and liaisons. And the message apparently didn't get back to them the way that we wanted that message to get back to them. So.
It got back to them. I've talked to the school board. It was recommended by their staff that they not, I suggested having a workshop before the meeting tonight, and it was suggested by one of their staff persons, I won't name any names, but that they didn't think it was a good idea for the school board and the council to meet.
Yeah. Well, the 2 decision makers should be the 2 parties that meet. Deb, what do you got?
Well, I talked to one of the school board members today, and she was under the impression that their item was a non-voting item, that it was just a report. Did they actually vote on it? Could you tell?
I couldn't tell because without having the volume up, I couldn't tell what they actually were saying. Their meeting was at 5, ours started at 5:30, else I could have attended.
She thought it was a report only because they were actually waiting, in her opinion,
For
one
us.
only, they were waiting on us. And she did bring up the 2-year, 5-year, and she and I had a discussion, and I even talk to John Quick a little bit about it, of how we could get through this, because whatever. So I would at least like to have the discussion with the public tonight. But I would like to figure out how to move forward, and if we need to amend it next month, because the school board is not in any agreement, but I think we need to move it forward.
Why don't we have that discussion when we get
When we
that
get
on-
there.
Yeah, when we get there. Okay. Yeah, Ron, you had something about an RFP or an RFQ?
Yes, we're now under number 7, or VII. Discussion, I have 2 things I want to talk about. I've been in discussion with 2 companies about having paid parking in the village. It's very early discussion about having an RFP. I had one company that does the contract in Key West, but then another company came in that doesn't have a contract in Key West, has other municipalities. There are applications where it's all done online. I don't think we want meters all over the place.
Nope.
But we would have a parking app, which is now being used in Key West. And so I just thought it might be a good topic to bring up, and maybe start the RFP process and see who's out there. We could have piggybacked one or the other, but out of fairness, I think it's probably better, since it's maybe a new thing, to go ahead and do an RFP, see who's interested, what's the best deal for the village, because we haven't even, Jennifer and I have talked, we're not even sure what areas we'd want to have paid parking in, so that's a bigger discussion, but at least we'd know what the app is and kind of the financial implications of it. So I just want to kind of get general direction. I've talked to you individually about it, and I don't see much objection at this point to going with an RFP, just to see, we don't have to do it. We could have applicants say we don't want to do it, but at least let's open it up. And the second one was the Machado property. As you know, we've had discussions on the 3 main properties, the church property, Silver and Spice, and the Machado. Machado was designated to be housing. So what we're looking at doing would be, and once again, discussion with Jennifer, to have some proposals come in and say, what exactly could we put on it? How would we want to structure it? Do we want to structure like previous housing where, and what the involvement of the developer, the contractor would be? Would it be more of a partnership, or just a straight out, just build it for us and we run it? And so we want to kind of look at different options for the Machado, but we have an urgent need for affordable workforce housing, and we're sitting on this property for many months now. So I just thought, start moving the ball down the field and maybe get some proposals in and just see what people suggest.
Well, I actually wouldn't have a problem finding somebody that would buy the Machado property with the agreement that they're going to build affordable housing on it. I don't think that Islamorada needs to be in the middle of creating a housing authority and more employees and being responsible for collecting rent and paying insurance and whatnot. I think that the only way that would happen is if we could sell that property at whatever we paid for it, to have somebody go in there, but it would only be with the agreement that it can be built with whatever the density is for affordable housing. But that's just me. And as it goes to the paid parking, would we just start off with the existing city-owned parking now, and then have to do a study to see, or have Jennifer look and see where that other parking would be? Or how would we advance that?
Well, it made it more complicated with the comp plan not being farther down because of all the uncertainty with Senate Bill 180, et cetera. We would probably want to take another look at what's available. We certainly have the Silver and Spice property that eventually was envisioned, I think, when it was purchased, to be some type of parking lot. I have a plan that was actually someone had come up with at the time of the purchase that showed the whole thing being parking. I think we would like to put something else there. So we know Silver and Spice. We know that the old road down in Matacumbe, where people use it now, do we want to charge for it or not? I just thought it'd be interesting just to see what kind of proposals are out there if we did want to do it, rather than waiting and then have it 6 months down the road. So see what the proposals are, see what kind of applications are out there, online apps for the paid parking, and then sooner or later the council will have to then say, okay, here's where we want it to be, as opposed to finding out where we want it to be and then have to go back and do the process again.
All right, Deb?
So everything has changed, so it's probably not worth digging a whole lot, but at one point of time, we had a company, I thought, lined up in the village to do paid parking. It was going to be at Ann's Beach and at the Phils. And we kept holding off and holding off because we didn't have the fills ready for it. Like I said, it would have to be updated, but it might, if you can find some of those old records, it might help advance this along a little bit. That plan for parking at Island Silver and Spice was a time gap, similar to what we had talked about before, is that we would do that while we're working on a more permanent project for the property, because to spend that much money on a parking lot was a little crazy.
Yeah.
As for the Machado property, yes, I'd like to see housing built on it, and selling it is one option. But also a long-term lease that we've done in the past. We've done it with Habitat, we've done it with Gorman. And we keep possession of it and we keep our fingers in it, but we don't have to management. We don't have to do the building. They pay for the other stuff, but it's still our ground at least. So there's a lease possibility too.
At $1 a day, $1 a month,
No,
whatever
you can-
that.
yeah.
mean, you
I
know,
don't remember what we
That
did
doesn't
there.
seem logical to me.
Well, I don't remember what we did with Gorman, but I do know that it ended up having to be spread out over 99 years as opposed to the 30 years or something that we originally thought it was. So there was, it's just, I just don't want it to be thrown out completely as an idea.
Got it, okay. Anybody else? Steve? Oh, wait, Sharon's got her green on. Go for it, Sharon.
Put out the RFP for parking things and don't sell the Machado property, lease it. See how easy that was?
Lease it for what, Sharon?
Housing.
$1 a month?
No, you can do more than $1 a
Well,
month.
what's the number?
Well, gee, I don't know yet,
Okay.
but I'm sure we could have some suggestions. Just to sell it, to me, is a huge mistake.
Why is that?
Because you're gonna be looking at the Florida Keys 10 years from now, and there's not gonna be a vacant bit of land anywhere.
Well, if we lease it out, it's not going to be vacant.
Well, I know, but at least we still have ownership of it.
Of a piece of property
Yeah.
that somebody else is leasing.
Yeah, yeah, who
And-
knows
and
what's gonna happen?
what good is the ownership?
You and I see things differently. I mean.
I just asked a question. I don't understand it. If we're going to lease it for a 99-year
Who
lease,
says we're
then
gonna
it's
lease it for
basic.
99 years? That just came out of nowhere.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't have to be 99 years. I'm just saying that you're gonna be sorry down the road, not us. We'll all be wherever. But I think the ownership of the land down here is a limited commodity, and we're making a huge mistake. And I wouldn't do a 99-year lease, that's too long.
Right.
But I would
I
definitely
wouldn't
look
either.
for some benefits of us being the landowners, that's all.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
And why don't we just put the option out there? That way,
Well, that's the RFP, sure.
anybody.
See what somebody's
Well,
got an idea.
Let anybody come back with
Yeah.
anything, like,
Right,
whether it's lease, purchase, whatever it is. Let
Right.
somebody come to us with something.
right. You know, I agree with that, totally. Yeah.
And I agree, we do not need to be in the housing business,
Yeah,
but we
right.
need to be in control of what housing is being built.
Yes, 100%.
So
I
there
agree
is a
with that,
difference.
yeah. Steve?
Yeah, I think this is good. We're moving forward on this. Let's go see what happens and then continue the discussion from there.
Good deal. You got good direction?
Yes, sir.
All right, good deal. Let's move on to the tab 2, I guess.
Thank you. Some of you may know, back in February of 2025, when planning staff brought forward the TDR ordinance changes that are in front of you tonight for second reading. Originally, they included what is called a TDR Bank program. And for those of you who aren't aware, TDR Bank is a program where if somebody has a transfer of development rights or a TDR, that they don't have a receiver site yet, a place to land that TDR, they can bank it with the village, and the village can hold it for them. The village will collect the data on the sender site, so that if the sender site changes hands or changes condition, we still know what the data is, but we can hold that for them until they have a place to land it and have a receiver site. So we had created this bank program because we had had some requests by some people to work on that. And we used Marathon. They have a program, a similar program. We used theirs as a model and went by that. And when it went on to going to go on before the LPA's agenda, and it was published on the agenda, some people weren't happy with the way it was presented, I guess, and asked that it be removed so that the rest of the TDR amendments could go forward and that we would work on that later or as part of the comp plan, or it wasn't really clear to me how we were going to finish doing it. So since that time, we've had several residents express interest again in it and have issues with, they have lots that they want to sell that have a TDR, but we've been advised by legal counsel, we don't have a system where if you have a TDR on your lot that you want to sell, if you don't have a place to put it, you can sell it, but you're selling it with a TDR because we don't have a place for you to put it. You can't just have it hanging out in the middle of the air. So people are not able to sell land, they're not able to move things forward in their lives. So people want me to bring it back, but my answer has always been until I get clear direction from 3 members of the council, a consensus of the council, I'm not going to bring it back. So this is basically my ask is, do I have consensus from the council to work on this? Do you want me to move this forward? Is this something that you guys are interested in seeing come forward in front of you?
Council?
I say,
Anna?
I say let them work on it, move it forward, bring it back to your LPA, like, stop, forward progress, not backwards.
Love it. Deb?
I also say move it forward. I think one of the objections last time is there was a phrase in it that said that if it sat in the bank for 3 years, then it reverted back to the village or something like that, and that can't be. That was, I don't know, I'm not going to judge how that got there or whether Marathon's doing that or not, but.
Yeah, Marathon's is 2 years and it reverts back to the city.
I think it belongs to the person.
Just to clarify, we were uncomfortable having the village hold it indefinitely because, staff changes, management changes, things change, and we weren't sure how that would look indefinitely. So we wanted to have some time frame where, we didn't want to be people's repository forever. We wanted to have people do something with it at some point. So that was where that came from. But we'll work on it. We'll come back with something else.
Yeah.
We know that that's a concern.
It just feels to me that belonged to the person, and for us to take it from them because they didn't find the right place to sell it, to put it, is not quite right. But yes, I want you to work on it.
Okay. Sharon?
Yes, move forward, please.
Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, I agree. I think this is something we can explore, move forward on, and see what we can come up with.
Good deal. I totally agree too. I think that we should move this forward. I think that we should, I think that if it's something that's been lawfully established, if it's something that's already been recognized, or if it's something that's being, let's say a duplex that they're turning into a single family house and they've got that, there's got to be a way to register it in an Excel spreadsheet or in a public records or somewhere. And recognize it. And I'm with Deb. I don't agree that it would expire after 3 years. If it's a recognized unit, it shouldn't go away. It should be banked indefinitely until it's put in its proper place. I think we had that way. Good deal.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You got good direction? All right. I think there's been enough said, and it's only fair, similar to what Joe said, and I have no problem if you guys don't, because we'd move on to public comment at this point, and I think there's something that needs to be said on what we do. I think if we can keep it short, we should have some public comment, if there's anybody that would like to go on those. Because we could put it all out of line. Yeah.
Just to clarify, for the public, if anybody takes up, that this will be just additional general public comment,
That's right,
not.
just general public
yeah,
comment.
just making
nothing
sure
that
they're
we're
aware.
gonna be Otherwise discussing, yeah. Yeah, Joe, I figured that. You kind of made that plain, so you get your another 3 minutes.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm not going to take the full 3 minutes, but getting the opportunity to speak after you all have spoken and we have a better idea on some of the things that are going on. I'm still really confused about this TDR banking. It's like, why, if the person's going to hang on to it forever, why do they need to do it with us? However, I do see the merit in that if they have to register it with the village. Right now, the village has no clue how many of those are out there.
That's right.
So, saying that you're going to take it and bank it, I mean, that's, I think, a little misleading. More, I think you should say you're going to have to register it and keep up the registration and give the village updates on what's going on so that we can keep our records straight. I think that would be a very, very good idea. As far as the park fees, my wife is a teacher and she's had some of the student athletes ask her, they were under the opinion that they actually had to pay to come into the park if they live in Key Largo. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if we can look into that, but if there's students at Coral Shores and they show their student ID, say they're an athlete or something like that, is there something we can do to make it so that those students can actually get into the park and not have to pay every time they come for a practice or what have you like that? So that was another one. As far as everything else goes, I pretty much agree with it, especially about the freebie. My only comment about that is, I think that if somebody's staying at Chica or the Islander and paying $700 a night or $1,000 a night, I think that they should pay a little bit more for a freebie than a resident who's paying for it with our taxes. So I don't know if there's some way to get that into it, or maybe sell the hotels certain permits that they can give to their guests. So if that could come up, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Chairman? Brief comment? Yes. Generic.
This is a really fundamentally great idea. One of the huge deficits in the way past councils have behaved is that if you weren't going to vote, you could talk about all kinds of really important stuff, and the public had to sit here unable to speak. Doesn't cost you anything. It's a great thing for the public, and to get more regular folks to come in here and talk to you all, which is healthier for everybody. This is a tremendous idea, and I hope you institutionalize it. So that when you talk about important stuff, if you're not going to vote, historically, we couldn't say anything.
Thank you. Thank you, Ed. Yep. Yep. Yep, I get it. Oh, John, are we moving on to consent agenda?
Yep, we just have to close public comment and then we can move on.
There's a hand raised on Zoom.
Yes.
There's a hand on Zoom. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ray, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, council, again. Thanks for letting me speak. A couple of things. As far as freebie goes, that's a real quandary on how to ask people to pay. I honestly think the program is wonderful and would like to see it expanded. When it comes to the TDRs, the county has been managing that for years, and we did that at the very beginning. I mean, the village actually held transferable development rights and sold those, if you recall, and kind of sold them for a song, and there was a big frenzy in building. Right after that, we had all the units from the hotel units that were on the Plantation Yacht Harbor property, and it got sold off. So TDR should not expire. You know, we have two classes of them, ones that go dry to dry and ones that go from wet lots to wet lots. And we should have a way to be able to document that, even if it's through the clerk of courts and it goes through the official records. That should be a property value that's sold and documented like that, instead of us being held with maintaining it. When somebody chooses to either use it or sell it, it's, you know, then it's transferable like that. But they would have to use that with the village if they decided to build on a piece of property. Oh, I have a transferable development right, here you go. It's listed with the clerk of courts. But we shouldn't be responsible for maintaining that. We have a function already that should be able to do that, and we should be able to do that properly. We're not the only ones that have those. The county does. So perhaps reaching out and speaking with them would clarify that. Other than that, that's all I had, and I appreciate the same thing that Captain Ed just said. Look, more conversation is not necessarily bad. I think it helps the community feel like that you're hearing from us and that it's a great participation. It's the frustration of not getting, you know, a chance to express your opinions when something comes up that is not good. So good job. Thank you.
That's the plan. Thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom?
No, sir.
Is that all public speakers? All right. John, would you like to move on to consent agenda?
Yep. Now, we are into the consent portion of the agenda. These items are of routine nature, and council members have reviewed these items in advance and sought the advice of staff as they felt necessary. There'll be one vote on the consent items, which today are tabs 3 through 7. If anyone would like to pull an item from consent, he or she should state so now.
Is there anybody want to pull anything?
I would like to pull number 5 for a short discussion. That's
Tab 5?
The park.
Item
yeah.
C?
Yeah, it's the one on the park fees.
Okay. Anything else? All right. So with that, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda except for tab 5?
Motion to approve.
I'll
Do I have a
second.
second? Okay.
I'll second.
Marnie?
I'm sorry, please, who motioned and who second?
First.
Okay,
Second.
I'm sorry, Deb was first?
No, she was
Anna.
first.
Anna was
I was second.
Y'all sounded the same to a second. Sorry about that.
Who's on third? Who's on base?
Okay, all right. Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. You want, should we go on and talk about item C or tab 5 now, John?
Yep. Yeah, tab 5 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving amendment to the Founders Park admission policies and revise the Founders Park fee schedule, authorizing the village manager to implement corrections and providing for an effective date.
Very good. Deb, it's your show.
Thanks. So I just wanted to pull this for a short discussion and hit a couple of subjects. One, well, they brought up one in the audience too about students. I don't know how we can move forward. We can work on that as we go forward. Another one is the nonprofits that use the park. They're nonprofits and they're trying to raise money, and we need to be careful not to price them out of raising money, because that's what they're trying to do. And the third one is concerning hotel and vacation rental guests. And on this one, I just wanted to remind everybody that hotels and vacation rentals pay an extra 5%, 5.5% sales tax that goes to, mostly to TDC, but it rolls back to the village through indirect things and direct things, and that those guests are paying extra money because they pay that sales tax currently. So the fact that somebody suggested that they ought to pay more than a resident, technically they are, because they are paying that sales tax. Do I think that all the hotels in this town really need that ability to use the park here. I don't. Most of the hotels are luxury hotels. Most of them have their own beaches, they have their own pools. You do have a small group of the motels that do not have that, and they use that as part of their selling point, is that, well, and because you're part of our community and staying in our hotels and paying our gas, our tax, that we allow you to use our park as a reason. I just think it's important to remember that the hotels do pay extra tax, that the guests, and it's not the hotel paying it, it's the guest is paying that extra tax. And those are part of the things that we get back through TDC. Last year, I think it was well over $1,000 that they gave us to do improvements here in the park. They gave us money, $500,000. I said 1,000, I didn't mean that, 100,000. $500,000 to refurnish the pool. They gave us money for the kids' play stuff. They help support other things, not just advertising. TDC does more than just advertising. So I just want people to know that, and I would like to see that category be brought back. I do understand that it's kind of a difficult category at the front gate for them of how to manage that, but this town is based on tourism, and we need to make sure that we're treating our guests proper.
Got it. Anna, mic's on. You got anything?
Oh, sorry. No, I mean, I know I sat in all the parks meetings with Maria and Annie, and they worked extremely hard researching, talking hours with amongst themselves, the committee, and discussed all of these items to, I think, nauseam for a little bit. So I think we need to add a little respect into, consideration to what they did, and this is their thoughts on what they've came back with. And honestly, if somebody's paying $500, $700 a night for a hotel room, I don't think $2 extra is going to hurt them to come into the park and use all of our facilities.
It's $10, not $2.
More than what they were already paying.
They weren't paying before.
Well,
It
then
was
they
free
should.
before.
Because they're using it, right?
But they pay the sales tax.
I know, I'm saying they
Okay.
should pay because they are using it.
And they're probably riding here on free.
All right,
Yeah.
Shannon.
Say it.
Steve, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I see Deb's point very clearly, but I also think, I don't know that we have much data in terms of how many guests, if they have special passes, to really kind of consider how many or how few people come from some of the hotels. So I'm fine with moving forward as written and recommended by the staff.
Okay. Deb, you got something else?
Yeah, I was just going to add to that, because I asked for the data, and the data as to how much was coming out of hotel or vacation rental. And at this point of time, Maria said that they really don't have the data. Their new software should help with that. But I'll call it her gut instinct, was 30%.
Yeah, we think that about 30% of non-residents of hotel guests use the park.
Okay.
I think during the budget cycle, the message was kind of clear that we needed to be instrumental in finding ways to take some of the burden of the cost of this village off of the taxpayers and find other ways, which was user fees. And this is nothing less than a user fee. I don't know if maybe the number for hotel guests or because they pay taxes too much. I don't know that anybody's really going to care one way or the other. They come to this park, and if it's $10, they're going to be happy to pay $10 to come in this park.
I don't think that. I think it would be a management nightmare to have a different fee for the hotel guests versus the non-resident guest or the out-of-town guests other ways, you know, that's asking a lot for the front, that it's either all or none.
Right.
Do I think the $10 will make or break? I don't, but we keep nitpicking at the lower end people. Those are the lower end people that are staying in the hotels or the, usually not even the vacation rentals, that they're coming here because they love here. They've been here for years. They want to use the beaches and the facilities, and they don't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Is it going to make or break me? Absolutely not. But I think we need to constantly think of this. It's not always the Chica people. There's a lot of other people, and we really don't have the data on it. But I'm not going to fall on the sword over this.
Right, okay. Thanks, Deb. Anything else, Steve? Anything from you? You're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
So you need a motion?
So I think I'm going to need a motion to approve this.
Did
Oh,
we
I'm
open
just
public
here
comment?
to, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer those. I do
No, I
want to
think the Park and
clarify.
Rec Committee did a wonderful job, and I
They
think.
did. We did spend a lot of time on it. I do want to clarify about the high school students or any athletic organizations using the park to come in for practice or games. They do not pay to come into the park.
Good deal.
So that there are no fees for that. So.
All right, so do I have an approval
Wait.
to? John?
We need to open up public comment on this one.
Oh, okay. All right, good deal. Thanks for reminding me. I'm a fast learner, but not that fast.
We
Is
do
there
not
any
have
public
anyone.
comment?
No one has signed up for public comment.
See how that works. Everybody with me. All right, good deal. So is there a motion to approve the amended Founder's Park admission policies and fee schedules?
I'll move to approve.
All right. Is there a second? There's a second. Okay. Marnie, will you call the roll, please?
Okay, Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
I keep waiting to hear snoring when you ask Steve
I
for
know,
something.
Steve. No, he's wide awake. Hang in there, Steve. We're getting there. We're into resolutions.
We are on tab 8 now. Tab 8 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving the piggybacking of a professional services agreement between Raftellus Financial Consultants, Inc. and Martin County, Florida, to perform a wastewater rate and capacity fee study for the village's wastewater utility, authorizing village officials to implement the terms and conditions of the agreement, authorizing the village manager to expend budgeted funds, authorizing the village manager to execute the agreement, authorizing a waiver of competitive bidding, and providing for an effective date.
All right, good evening. This is the rate study that we discussed a few weeks ago during our wastewater workshop. The village has requested Raftellus to develop a wastewater financial forecast, rate study, and review of the EDU determination and review process as it relates to the determination and the base charges. This is a contract with a not to exceed of $35,000, and it is a budgeted item for $35,000. If you have any questions?
No, move forward.
Council?
Is it done yet?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, move forward.
When can they start?
Yeah, no, I think we're all in agreement. It needs to be done.
I totally agree. What was the charge what did they charge us in '22?
I do not have that one. I do not have that information with me. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, if they did a rate study for us 3 years ago, it seems like that they can piggyback off of that, and you know, I don't know what that number was, but it'd be nice if they utilized the information that they did 3 years ago and not charge us the full amount from something that just needs to be updated, because the recommendation that they had made in '22 was a recommendation that actually went all the way through, I think it was 4 years. So we're still in the middle kind of what they recommended as we move forward. So it seems like they could pick up where they left off, and if their full rate is 35,000, then maybe we ought to talk to them and say, are you going to piggyback off of this? And is it less than that? I'm just a question I had. Mr. Manager, did we have that discussion with them?
Yes, we had a conference call last week with, it was Raf Tellis with Tom Brzezinski from Wade Trim, our engineering folks. Peter Rosasco was on it with Key Largo Wastewater. And they've asked us some questions to update, we asked them to look into EDUs, for example, how they're calculated, et cetera. So they've asked us more information, but we asked them to give us a good rate based on the fact that we could have gone out for an RFP for this, but in recognition they've already done a lot of work, we gave them the chance to piggyback onto Martin County, but we haven't come down to the final amount yet. And by the way, also, before we move on for this one, we are meeting every 2 weeks. We had a meeting today on the compliance with the DEP consent order. This is part of it. The rate study is a part of it. And we have a whole time. I think all of you got it today. I emailed it to all of you. So that we're going to stay on top of this. This is part of it because we want to make sure we're doing things correctly, both the rate study and also how we're calculating, for example, EDUs as we move forward. We also discussed today about the study we're doing with the smart ball that's going through the pipeline to identify potential problems. I asked our engineers to make sure Key Largo Wastewater was involved. Peter was on the call today, Rosasco. So I just want to make sure we know that we are working very closely with Key Largo Wastewater Treatment District, probably closer than ever before. And I think we're making progress. Tom Brzezinski with Wade Trim's done a great job of coordinating everything and keeping Peter Frez is in the loop, AJ's in the loop, Sheila's in the loop, our building officials. So we're trying to have a coordinated team effort to get this wastewater situation resolved.
I just have a problem paying somebody a double for something that had a 10-year forecast. And in '22, they did the rate study, and it was a 10-year financial forecast that they did back then. So I'd like to know what they charged us back 3 years ago and what we're actually paying for. If there's new information that's popping up, I can't imagine it. So if it was a 10-year forecast done 3 years ago, there's still 7 years left on this forecast. And that was voted by a council that was previous to even when Sharon was on here. So it was done in March of '22. Yeah, you can't be blamed for this one. So is it possible that we can do an approval not to exceed this $35,000, but you guys go in there and talk to those folks and say, look, you did this 3 years ago, and there's not that much that's changed in 3 years.
This amount is a not to exceed. That's what it's being asked for.
I understand, okay.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, what I'm saying is, I think that there's some room for negotiation on something that was done 3 years ago that had a 10-year forecast, that's all I'm saying. Right? But we gotta move on.
So, yeah, we need to move on, but it sounds like we shouldn't approve this until we find those answers, because you're exactly right. They did forecast it out. A lot has changed in the 3 years, but, so, whatever. There's no, this isn't actually approving the contract, it's allowing you, Ron, to negotiate the contract,
Correct.
right?
And I'll do my best to get as good a deal as we can. I'm pretty conservative on that. So I want to see what they've asked us for updates and see how much time it takes. But I agree that the study they did before, which wasn't acted on but was still out there, should be the basis for most of their work for this one. So if we can knock that number down, I certainly will try to do it.
It was even approved, it just wasn't done.
It was not approved.
Totally irresponsible of.
No, it was not approved.
It
Yes,
was in March of
the study
'22.
was
Pender,
approved.
Gregg, Rosenthal, Jolin, and Webb approved this study.
Yes.
It approved it. I went back and looked at the meeting.
Elizabeth wasn't on that council, Batson.
It was.
Well, then if Elizabeth was on it, I was on it.
Well, that's what was approved. That's what's in the minutes.
Well, either way, it was approved.
Yeah.
No matter who was on the council, it was approved,
Yeah.
and
just didn't get
they didn't take quick enough. They approved it, but they didn't put in motions the mechanisms that they needed to in order to do the bank loan that would have stopped some of the rate hikes, and they just, it just didn't get handled properly.
All right.
So
Well,
moving
nonetheless,
forward.
The
we
point
need a
being,
motion.
nothing
We
was
just-
done. We
Yeah.
are trying to do something now. Let's get it done.
Right.
So we need a motion
Motion
to
is not
approve
to
this,
exceed 35,000. He's going to work on it. Move forward. Motion,
and- Is that your motion?
yes.
Good deal.
And I'll second.
Okay.
We do have public comment as well.
Public comment.
So our public comment would be from Joe Wishmeyer.
Gee, go figure. One of the things I want to bring up is I believe that in that agreement that was done a couple years ago, one of the things that was stated was it said to go and check the EDUs. It hasn't been done, but it was part of their recommendation.
A lot of things was.
Yeah. And my other problem with that is it doesn't seem like it would be very difficult to upgrade an EDU count. If we just went to the Aqueduct Authority and find out how much water is being used, and we know how much was allotted for each EDU. Because there should be a difference between my house and a vacation rental, and right now, I believe that we're both paying the same one EDU, yet they've got 10 or 12 people in there, every week. I believe the other thing that came up was some of these businesses that go way over their water usage get a discount. Come on, why would you get a discount when it's putting more of a burden onto the system? So before you even maybe consider raising the rates of us poor people who are living here, maybe we ought to make sure that we get the EDU count and everything straightened out. And even if we could make that retroactive, okay, you've been getting away with this, that if you had, let's say, maybe a brewery and you were only paying one EDU and you know that you should be paying more, maybe we could make it retroactive so that they would have to pay. Because we know that this wastewater is supposed to be self-sufficient and we've been far from it. So we really need to look into especially some of the things that were done by the same company 3 years ago and at least follow up on them so we can help alleviate some of our problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else, Marnie?
No, sir.
Anyone on Zoom?
No, sir.
Very good. Do I have a motion?
Already did.
And I second.
Okay, good deal. You want to call the roll?
Councilmember Ann Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Moving on, John.
Tab 9 is a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, approving a baseball field licensing agreement with the School Board of Monroe County, Florida, authorizing the village manager to execute the baseball field licensing agreement, providing for implementation, corrections, and an effective date.
Yes, Mayor, Council, we've had a pretty long discussion earlier about this. My main objective tonight would be to get any further input. If somebody has any specifics to the agreement that's on the agenda, I don't know what the school board did. I'm not sure they even voted, but there are some small differences. I'd say small, but there are some differences. And if anybody has input, this is the last public meeting probably before we take it for final approval. So I knew there's people in the audience, at least there were, that wanted to talk about it. And if the council has anything they want to bring up publicly that they want to change in the agreement that's before us, I would take that into consideration when we're negotiating the final license agreement. So you can either vote tonight, recognize there's probably more changes to be made, or delay it and then bring it back with the final one after I had a chance to see what the school board did today, because unfortunately I don't know what they did or didn't do.
Thank you. Sharon?
I want to wait till the changes are done, like I talked to you about. Because we're not on the same page, and we need to be. Why keep going over it and over it, so.
Thank you, Sharon. Deb?
Well, as I said earlier, I'd like to pass something tonight so the school board knows where we stand, because I think that I think what's got going on is they're waiting on us and we're waiting on them. So if we do something so that, and I tried to clarify whether or not we could do an amendment next month, quickly here. if we really come to an impasse or they go, oh no, we're not doing that. That being said, there's really only 2 items. I know you have some other things that, like 4C, whatever 4C is, but that you were talking about. There's 2 items that I think should be at least talked about yet. In the page 10, in the use agreement, or item 7, it talks about this document being reviewed annually. I think that's probably ought to be moved to, I don't know, 4 years, 5 years, something farther out than annually.
Can I address it? Does it come up? Because I think
Sure.
it would get confusing. The interlocal agreement that was once again approved in 2024 has 2 separate agreements in it.
Right.
Baseball license agreement, which is the one before tonight, and the use agreement. The one you're referring to in number 7 is the use agreement. That's the annual one that has the schedule. What I tried to do was in the baseball license, we've incorporated the exact language from the use agreement into the license agreement, because why have both of them? But because the ILA required both, we're going to do both, but that's probably one of the things we probably want to, if we do a revision on the ILA, we'd probably just roll them together. But for tonight, the use agreement's included in the baseball license agreement.
So the baseball license agreement, is it in here that I was trying to find it, that it would be reviewed annually? The baseball license agreement, not the ILA?
No.
Not the use agreement. How often does the baseball license agreement get reviewed?
I mean, we can review it any time if the school board and the council agree to do it, but we just can't arbitrarily just go back and change it.
There's that caveat in here, but it also says under use agreement annually.
Right.
But that doesn't apply to this? It just goes on
The use agreement was just the
forever?
baseball schedule that used to say the base pursuant to high school. The use agreement itself is the annual one because the schedule might change year to year.
I'm okay with that.
Right.
I'm okay with that. What I'm trying to get to is that we don't go through this document on an annual basis.
No.
When do we go through it? How often?
I don't believe it has a set time period.
There's
So
Okay.
it can be addressed as issues might arise, if any.
That's perfect. Never mind. Take that off the table. And in the termination clause, and I understand that the ILA is kind of getting in the way there too. We have on page 13 in the termination, we have it written as 2 years with notifications from either party. I'd like to see that moved up. I think the school board might like to see that moved up, although there was some conversation with 2 people that were not attorneys this afternoon, that maybe the wording in the ILA is different than this, and that they either need to match or not match, because there's a penalty clause for early termination. There's 2 years isn't enough. If somebody's going to stop using our field, whether we want them to or the high school wants to quit, the school board wants to quit, they're not going to be able to find a field, put a project together and get it working in 2 years. It's just not going to happen.
Clarify, the agreement for you tonight has the 2 years.
I
It's
know.
the school board that wanted 5 years because of the amount of money they're putting in, they want a 5-year termination. Initially, I'd said, when negotiating, I wasn't sure there'd be any problem with 5 years, but then we realized the 2 years was in the ILA. So I told the school board, I wanted to get direction from, as we're getting right now, I personally didn't have any issue with having a 5-year termination versus 2-year, but I didn't want to arbitrarily change it to 5 like the school board wanted without getting direction from council. So as it sits tonight, it's 2 years, which is the same as the ILA. If you don't mind 5 years, you say, we don't care if you do 5 years, so we can go back to school board and say, we're okay with the 5 years. I didn't want to do it without getting direction from the council.
Understood.
I would just recommend if we change it to 5, I would recommend we also change it in the ILA to 5, because otherwise it would be a little weird where we could have a baseball licensing agreement that has 5 years, and you could then, either party could then circumvent it by terminating the ILA with 2 years' time. So I would recommend whichever one we do, it's consistent in either one, and that's an easy fix. We can amend the ILA if that's the direction that the council and school board want to go.
I think they should be consistent. Anna?
They should be consistent.
No, I
yes.
agree. They should be matching.
All right.
And, I mean, it's been over 20 years, let's be real. Nothing's changing. They don't have room at that school for a baseball field anyways.
Look, I kind of think it's a chicken and the egg thing. If we approve this and they approve something different, then they're going to have to go back and approve what we're approving.
Yeah, it's
because
gonna
we're not
go
gonna
back.
budget. We're not going to budge, right? That's what we're approving. So if theirs is, whatever they're talking about tonight is different than if we approve this tonight, then they're the ones that are going to have to go back. We don't have to go back. We can say that we've looked at this, we agree with this, and this is our way. Go back to your meeting and because you didn't come and have a meeting with us, go back to your meeting and change yours, because we're not changing ours.
That's
the way
part
I-
of the reason, I'd like to go ahead and,
Go ahead, okay.
and if we have to, if there's something that's not an impasse, then we can make an amendment later.
Right. Or let them make the
But at
amendment.
least, yeah, whatever,
So Steve, you want to weigh in on this?
Yes, sir. Just a couple of things. Usually it's customary in these agreements that there's some language that talks about it being amended or modified with the prior consent of all parties. I don't see that it says requires approval but doesn't use in writing or written, so I don't know if that's just maybe some housekeeping. I'm not sure if that's an oversight, but there's I didn't see that. Also in paragraph 1A, it talks about revocable for cause license, but there are no causes that are explained what those could be. They're not stated. So just something to point out there if we've got an oversight on something.
And I do want to point out that a lot of this language was in the original one from 2001. We didn't go back and rewrite the whole thing. So some of the language was just carried forward. It's worked for 20 years, but if somebody wants to change it, we're open to changing it. But a lot of it was because that's the way it's been for 20 years and worked pretty well.
John, do you see something legal that's remiss in it?
On the amendments in writing, the reason why that wasn't included is since it, I mean, it could be, but since it has to be approved by the council via resolution, it would have to come back for you all via resolution for a formal amendment. So that's not being delegated to, that's something for you all to approve. Steve, in terms of the language on the for cause, what was the contract paragraph?
Paragraph 1A, I believe.
Page 1.
Revocable for cause license.
I'll get you in a second. Oh, your light's on. Oh.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, we can clean that up. I mean, I'll go through it to make sure that it's just to make sure that it's not something that should stay in, but as I'm at least reading it through it quickly here, it seems like that's something that we could clean up for, through the corrections provision, if you all do approve it. So we'll make note of that, and Ron and I will get together to make sure that that's, if that needs to be taken out, we can take it out then.
Okay. Sharon?
Okay.
Thank you.
There's all kinds of mistakes in there, and I've already talked to Ron about it, and I'm a little surprised how this is going right now. I'm not too thrilled about it. There are mistakes in there. I don't want to approve something when it's not what the language is wrong in there. Like,
Now's
okay.
the time to talk about that, so tell us what the mistakes are.
Well, there's one thing that says weekends. What's a weekend? Saturdays and Sundays. It should say Saturdays only. It's simple things like that I've been through this and highlighted everything that it was going to be fixed first and then brought back with the corrections. I had them all written down and I pulled it because I thought it was going to be pulled, that we've already discussed it to fix the mistakes before we approve something that doesn't match the ILA. And weekends to me are Saturday and Sunday, where it should say Saturdays from January through May, and then It doesn't say anything about us having a say on construction, on the field, and that's what we all agreed to.
Yes, sir.
Was that we would have a say on the turf,
Yeah.
what type, we'd be involved, not just the school board doing what they want to do. And if everybody remembers, when I asked Mr. LaFear about what happened in Key West, they short-shotted the field.
Yeah.
And I wanted language that says the village has a say in everything. It has to come in front of the council, not a phone call between two people, and it's done. That way the community's involved. It's not done behind the back. So to me, there are mistakes in this language, and I don't want to say yes to something and then it's got to come back again, and then it doesn't match. And what the school board has is not what we have. So I don't understand why we're doing this.
Got it.
So,
Okay.
and you know that.
But Sharon, I got to tell you something.
Go ahead.
It's great that you're having conversations with Ron about this and
Mhm.
want these things, but unless we talk about it up here, it
Well-
doesn't just happen magically.
Well,
And so I think that I completely agree with you. If there's things that are missing in here, we do need to talk about those as a council, and we need to get those things fixed. I completely agree. In fact, one of my notes that I had on this was that I would like to make sure that it's memorialized, that we have a progress report, very similar to what we have with the FKA, every council meeting, that we know what they're doing and where they're doing and when they're doing it, because it's
Exactly.
going to affect us as it goes through. So
And I wasn't doing it behind me. Okay.
I wasn't saying that. What I'm just saying
Well,
is
I
that
sorta
I
had-
don't know what.
I didn't even look at this.
I don't know what I don't know.
Well,
and-
I didn't even look at the agenda. Ron knows this until Friday because of certain things that happened with me last week.
Right.
So I didn't even look at it. And when I saw all the mistakes and the language that was wrong, I said to him, I don't want to even look at this until we get the language, the definitions that we should have a progress report. That building that's already there belongs to the village. So we should know what their plans are to construct it. We should know everything, and right now, it doesn't say that anywhere. So that's what I meant, and I wasn't not discussing it with you guys, I just didn't have a chance between not even looking at the agenda, in all honesty, till Friday, because, I had things I had to take care of last week. So
Awesome.
it wasn't like I wasn't discussing it, I wanted to get my ducks in a row before all this came out. So I am not in favor of passing something that the language we're not really deemed in there to have control. And we have no control the way this is written right now. And John knows I talked to him about maybe changing some of the language so we do have a say in everything and we do have control and a progress report.
Right.
That's what I meant, so.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it'd been nice to know that, because when I talked to Ron, it was, we might pull it, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus.
I'm gonna
It's
run
the
over
truth.
him, so I'm gonna run over him with the bus.
But if we're going to.
We got to talk about it. I mean,
but we've got-
if it's
yeah,
not
we've
on
got
the
to
agenda
talk
and
to-
it's pulled, then we're not talking about it and there's no
Well, right.
discussion at
I
all.
didn't have
And
it
we'll do
done.
the same thing next meeting that we're doing right now.
I'll
So
have it
I'm
done.
glad that it's on here,
Okay.
and I'm glad you have problems with it, because that's what we need to talk about.
And that is-
So pulling it is not going to fix the
Well, I just
problem.
wanted
Having
time
it
to
here
put the
so that we can talk about
suggestions
it.
in there. I haven't even written it down.
Well, and it should be put out to all of us of what the changes, so we're not sitting here
Exactly.
going line by line,
Yeah.
comparing the
Exactly.
two of them side by side.
Yes.
Just
Right.
tell us exactly where you want to go.
Yes.
Let's fix it.
Yeah.
Let's make the ILA and the license agreement match on
100%.
dates and times and everything.
I think we need to go deeper than.
And the school board might have
I
came
think
back
we
with
need to
something
go
we don't even
deeper
know.
than what they did many, many years ago.
Yes.
So that we don't end up having these problems that we've got today.
And not have to do this again for a very long
yes.
time.
So,
what do we need Ron to work on this
That's-
negotiation? That's
Okay.
where we are.
We don't even know what they've come back with.
Well, we
They might
don't,
have-
but I'm sorry. I
That's
didn't
what
mean
I'm,
to
no,
cut
I'm
you
just
off.
saying, we don't even know what the school board has done or not done.
But I'm kind of on his
Yeah.
page, is that we need to lay out what we want and approve it and say,
Yeah.
now what? You know?
Ron?
Yeah, to be
And
clear,
that's-
I don't know, I think what the school board had on their agenda tonight, they either didn't take any action, in which case it still is, or they approved what was on it. which is different than ours, okay? So we already know they're both different. Ours has, I'll give you one example. We caught an error in item 8 when it says cost may be paid. It should say shall be paid. Some are just clerical things.
Yeah.
Some are more issue. Vice Mayor Mahoney, I've talked to individuals. We had Jamie Engel in the audience tonight. She's left, but then we have Captain Ed. We have some other people that have given us input. I've tried to listen to everybody. All sides. I saw Tony Hammond earlier, Richie Russell. You know, we've tried to get all aspects, all points of view. When you get an agreement like this, people are going to nitpick it to death. I understand that. So what I didn't want to just say, oh, it's off the agenda when I'm still looking for input. So I don't have an issue with not taking a vote tonight or taking it and changing it next meeting. We can always change this thing. My point was get the input publicly, because some people say, oh, why are you doing it secretly? It's like, I can't talk openly to 7,000 people. And so if you have an input, you get in touch with me, and they've been very helpful about getting in touch. So tonight, I just wanted to go through, and I had 3 things I pointed out. There's a 30-day versus 60-day approval of the plans. Not a big deal, but
But it doesn't match.
But it doesn't match. The says maybe to shall, that's a word, but still, the maintenance, John offered an alternative way of us maintaining the field, but it's not in the school boards. That's another difference. And then obviously the big one is the 5-year versus 2-year. One thing, for example, I want to get input, which I still not clear about. I personally don't have a problem making it a 5-year termination, which is the school board wants. My problem was it conflicted with the ILA. As John said, we're probably going to go back and revise the whole ILA anyway. Only one person on this council was there in 2024, the vice mayor. And even then, it was just done, it was kind of like a redo of the 20-year-old agreement. But now we have fresh eyes and saying, is there something else we should change in this license agreement? I think we're 90% of the way there. But if you want to make a couple changes, make them. Because the school board and the district and the village have to agree in the end. No matter what we say or they say, if there's not a mutual agreement, there's no agreement. And that's what I'm trying to get tonight. If anybody in the audience or the council says, we'd like to maybe change 1 or 2 things in here, now's the time to do it.
It is.
That way, next month, when I bring it back for final approval, hopefully we won't bring it unless there's in sync with the school board.
Right.
And I can negotiate either directly with Pat LaFleur or individual school board members or the superintendent, whoever, to make sure if we were way apart, then I wouldn't be that confident. If there's 3 or 4 items that I don't know that individually you've told me you have a big problem with, then we're close enough to be able to settle it, at least mostly tonight. Then let me get back to the school district and say, here's a couple of things. They've agreed to the 5 years, or they're holding fast on the 2-year in theory, and then move forward from there.
All right. Anything else from council?
Well, what direction do you have on the 5-year, 2-year? Except, yeah, I didn't think so. I would like to see it 5-year, but I don't want to contradict the ILA, so however we need to do that is where
Well,
I
he already
stand
said
on that.
They said they can amend it too, so that's not a big deal.
Right.
So I'm good with the 5-year.
You're good with 5-year?
I'm
Yeah.
good with 5 years.
Yeah.
Why don't we go
What
on and get
else?
public comment?
Okay.
And then we can have a further discussion. Marnie, is there any public comment on this?
Yes, sir. Captain Ed Davison.
For the record, I'm Captain Ed Davidson, Chairman of the IRS 501c3 Florida Key Citizens Coalition, and a former 4-year member of the school board elected Keys-wide against 6 opponents. For the first time, this proposal says there are a lot of huge disagreements with the school board. There's not minor stuff. For the first time, this says weekend use. The old permit said, quote, no weekend use required, unquote. This is a huge expansion of entitlement, which invites lots of additional pressures on the park from commercialization. And it denies the weekend use that was guaranteed for 24 years to the local residents of their family park. That needs to be fixed. This, and you didn't get your question answered accurately. This is a 20-year lease with 2 10-year renewals. This is 40 years, okay?
I didn't ask.
Pat LaFear, the director of facilities, adamantly refused in front of his own school board, the last meeting, to warranty that they would continue to maintain and replace the AstroTurf. The standard industry warranty is about 8 years. He refused to explain how the school board was going to fund. There's huge disagreements about funding. 3 of the school board members on record on camera said we should kick in $1 or $2 million. This is not a done deal by any means. And 32 years of this are unfunded, and yet, although none of the folks on this board or that board will still be around later on, you've bound 3 generations of people who will be around to what's a really bad deal. Paragraph 6, quote, comply with all applicable laws, ordinance, rules, regulations, procedures of all applicable government facilities. That's their obligation. But there have already been multi-year periods when old permits were expired, and the most recent interlocal agreement was not yet in legal effect, which means that those long periods of planning have no legal standing. There is no agreement. There's no dual-signed contract. And that's a violation of Florida Sunshine Law. Lack of documentation response to multiple recent Freedom of Information requests by me have indicated that the less-than-public meetings of Director LaFear's Founders Park baseball field design team have not kept proper required minutes of years' worth of meetings, which appear as well to not have been advertised as public access meetings. Both as required by Florida law, while advising 2 bodies of public officials on the expenditure of more than $6 million in taxpayer money, and don't forget this, affecting tens of millions of dollars worth of publicly owned real estate, our park. This darkness needs a substantial, do it over again, right in the light cure. Instead of the rush to judgment, rubber stamp, done deal, fix it later approach that's being discussed even tonight. Paragraph 6A, this is serious stuff. That's page 10-ish. Okay? 6A, complies with governmental procedures. Licensees shall comply with all applicable, here we go again, state, federal, county, municipal laws, ordinance, resolutions, government regulations, and orders. 2 sentences later. A violation, Mr. Attorney, of any such laws, ordinances, resolutions, rules, regulations, or orders, skip, a material breach, constitute a material breach of this agreement. Any lawyer in this room not know what a material breach is? In such an event, licensor, us, will be entitled to exercise all rights and remedies hereunder and at law and in equity. That's pretty much a hunting license for you, Mr. Attorney. If this does not mean exactly what it says, why is it in here? How can this license be signed by the village in light of the multiple, deliberate, persistent instances of lack of public transparency and full sunshine, which certainly violate these requirements? If this proposal, the way it's worded right now, is signed, it's immediate material breach by the school board's documented behavior. And here's the last problem for the lawyers. Mr. Lawyer, if I could have your attention for a second, I'd appreciate it. Paragraph 15. This agreement supersedes all prior and contemporaneous negotiations, understandings, and agreements, written or oral, between the parties. That means all the promises we've been made for the last 5 years are meaningless. Actually, it cannot make all past negotiations meaningless, promises and assurances utterly meaningless, because, as our village manager, who also went to law school, pointed out, the interlocal agreement remains the senior document, as Director LaFear has already been informed. That's the 2 versus 5 year issue, but there's lots of other issues like that. This license proposal must agree with all ILA stipulations until and if and when the interlocal agreement is separately amended at properly advance noticed Zoom and televised public hearings with public comment. There's lots of really, really serious disagreements, and even though Ron has told Mr. LaFleur and the school board that we're not going to kick in a couple $1 million, 3 of them are on the record insisting that we do. They haven't agreed to that. Mr. LaFleur is still, when it was pointed out that this has to conform to the ILA, he's still insisting on stuff that he wants. And we've been promised for 5 years that we'd have total say, because it's your stuff, but that isn't what's happened. All this stuff has happened. The school board has signed 2 design build agreements. Then when we embarrassed them about having done, they signed a second one last February. Didn't advise this council. Didn't consult with this council. They promised they would many, many times. 11 February, they signed it. It's now cost overrun in the middle 6 millions. And it's a design build. It's not a design consult. It's a design build, just like the first one was. We've been shortchanged. We've been sucker punched. And there are serious legal conflicts here with letting everything they've promised us in the last 5 years be overridden by this proposal. And the only legal document, and you guys may remember that I'm the guy that pointed out that all the old permits were expired and weren't properly renewed when they were supposed to be, and were never registered with the county clerk, which means in Florida law they don't exist. And here we are. Serious legal problems.
Make your comment. Marnie?
Yes, we have on Zoom. Okay, Jamie Engel, go ahead. Ms. Engel, you've been given permission to speak. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
While we're waiting on Jamie, can I get some direction? It's been mentioned a couple of times about weekends. On page 2, it says weekend use shall be permitted based on mutual agreement of the parties. Is that something that you do have an objection with or don't? Because I'm not clear what the point is. It says the practice and games occur Monday through Saturday. Sunday's not mentioned. And so is the problem that we don't want anything on Sundays or without mutual agreement? Because that's what it says right now. What change would you be suggesting we make to that?
It sounds fine with me. With mutual agreement means that they can't use it without our knowledge.
Who's the agreeing person?
The
I just
village.
think you guys do whatever.
No, what I'm saying is that's direction I'm asking is, do we want to say that it's by the school board and the council or manager and
I think
superintendent?
if you don't bring
Manager.
everything to the council, you're giving the public the inability to speak.
I have no problem with that. I'm just asking, is that what, there's been discussion about weekend use. If you don't like the language that's here, which is fine.
Well, I was gonna give you a list of what I thought, but like I said, I didn't have enough time to do it, so that's why I wanted to wait, but whatever.
It does specifically say Monday through Saturday, so that exempts Sunday.
Year round? Does it say January through May?
January through May.
Yeah.
Well, the rest of the time is under the control of the village.
Us. Like they're not.
And who's controlling?
They're not there.
The village as in who? The manager, Maria, the council? I just think you guys are just this problems.
Well,
Listen,
certainly it's the manager. It's
Okay.
the running of this town is his responsibility. We give him direction, and it's his responsibility. So January through May, they have the field. The rest of the time, it's ours.
Okay.
Solely for us. Did Jamie get on?
I've given her permission to speak.
Oh, we
there
can
she
hear
is.
you now, Jamie, yes.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. So I just wanted to step in and say something. I agree with what Sharon's saying. I agree with what Captain Ed just got done talking about. We had a meeting in the third floor conference room with Rich Russell and Tony Hammond and Sheila and Maria and all of us. And we went through page by page of this agreement and all came up with what we think it should look like. Even after we did that, like Ron just said, for whatever reason, the school board, which is what I brought to Ron's attention on Friday, I think, had a different version of what Ron actually sent. And even in the version that Ron sent, there were some tweaks that needed to be made. But the point I think I want to make right now is that this entire situation has been done backwards. There should have been the ILA reviewed, agreed to by both parties and signed. The ILA then should have led to the use agreement and the baseball field license agreement. Both parties should have agreed to it and signed it. Then it should have gone to a contract with Keystar or with a contractor so that everybody could look at that and talk about it and get input. What happened was the ILA didn't get signed until June of 2025 and recorded. But back in February 11th of 2025, the school board actually signed a contract with Keystar to do the design build project. Well, guess what? The village is one of the named parties on that agreement, on that contract. And yet it is not signed by anyone from the village. It never went to the village. It never came to the council. So the school board right now is working on a contract that isn't even a contract because both parties have not signed it. It is not executed, and I'm sure that our attorney will verify that. And yet, last month, the school board approved a $46,000 change order for design build services for the suddenly found multi-purpose building that is there. And that was just for the design services. That was not for the construction work itself. And that's not even now going to get done until after the stadium or whatever is built. And we have had no say in this. So to me, we are not on a time frame, and I've said this ad nauseum. We need to get back to the village's time frame. And I agree, we should not be agreeing, or you should not be approving something that is not exactly what you want it to be. Forget going back and making amendments. That's just another discussion, another meeting, another whole thing going on. We need to approve the correct version, and the version that is there right now is not correct, and the school district doesn't have the same version that you have. So I think sit down, get together, let's clean this up. We've spent so many hours doing this. Let's not shortchange ourselves in the last inning of this game. Let's make sure that we are covered, that the kids are covered, that everything is done to the best of the best of the best, and that we have a say in that. If you read the contract that they've signed with Keystar right now, which isn't even a contract, it doesn't give the village any ability to make any suggestions or approvals as to what goes on to that field. It's all up to the contractor. And that is what we all agreed at that table back last month at that meeting is not what we wanted. We want someone from the village, someone from the school district, the coaches, Tony Hammond, Rich Russell, whoever, to be there and have input. And Don, you're absolutely correct. We also discussed having a monthly meeting with the village and with the school district and with the contractor and reviewing everything that was going on, what the timeline was, what the cost overruns might be, what the savings might be. And the biggest thing was to make sure that we were getting exactly what we needed. And Deb, I will say this is a 20-year agreement, 20 years. And then they have the additional, renewals that they could do. But if we just look at this, why are we going to shortchange it this time? Let's just do it right the first time. That's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Marnie, is there any other public comment?
Yes, there is. We'll start with Barry Ray on Zoom. Okay, Mr. Ray, go ahead.
Hi. Mayor, I think you were spot on. This is something that you need to get correct. Vice Mayor, also, you're hearing all of this. Jamie, what a great oration of the recent history and the recent discussions. It's a mess right now in large regard, and the village really should take command of what we're willing to do. That simple. And if you start from that philosophy, which, the mayor was expressing, we have to start there. We have to establish the agreement we're willing to sign. And if they decide, hey, we want some amendments to this, good, we can talk about that. Let's get our house in order and feel good that you're having this conversation right now. It's good timing to have it. And get our house in order, agree on what we're willing to sign, make sure it's accurate and everybody understands it, and then proceed. That's all.
Thank you, Barry. Marnie?
Yes, Tony Hammond would like to speak.
Welcome, Tony.
Tony Hammond, 246 Jasmine Street. Sorry to dress up for you guys. I was on the way to the gym and I thought we were all through with this, so I turned around and glad all the deputies were someplace else other than the highway when I came down.
Well, that way you got your exercise just coming in?
That's it, yeah. So here's my comment. I have nothing new to add to this. I believe that the major stumbling block right now is coming to terms with the ILA between the 2 and the 5 year. I think, and I'm not speaking for anyone other than me at this point, but if the school board is investing $5 million, they would like a little bit better guarantee than a 2-year and you're out of here kind of a deal. The Saturday situation is primarily because we have JV games on Saturday, so we have no choice on that, and that's we're on that property between January to May, into May anyway, so that takes care of that issue. The other is we need to stop having a us against them. It's not the school board, the bad guys won't come to terms, and the village, the bad guys won't come to terms. I hear it on both sides. I was listening to the school board meeting while this council meeting was going on. Between the time that I left the school board meeting to get here was when I guess they had the conversation. So the only thing that I know that came up was the issue of the ILA. Again, I repeat what I have repeated in the other meetings. We've got to work with council and leave this with the attorneys to work through the legal language that needs to be worked out. None of us are legal expertise or experts to bring to the table on this stuff. So I would leave it with that and leave it with them, let them hackle this, work through it. They're both looking out for the best interest of the kids in the community. So that's, but I hope that helps you understand where we are with the two issues. Any questions that you guys have for me? I was in that meeting with the mayor and with Ron and the other people, so fire away if you have anything for me.
Anybody have any questions for Tony at this moment?
No, and I knew you knew, but I did have a meeting with Tony and Richie and Ron about everybody coming together, and Jamie and Richie Black, everybody from both sides. And we, by the end of the meeting, all agreed we want what's best for the kids. Sure. We know it's going to be artificial turf, but we decided that Richie and Tony and Doug were the experts on turf. So I wanted to make sure in this agreement it says the village has say and things like that, that we have control, and that the way this is right now, it's not giving us the control that we should have. And that's all that is. And it can be tweaked. It can be back to us. Again, there's no differences on any side anymore. We all agreed that we want the best. We talked everything through. And it's just simple words in this. That's all that is. And if I would have had more time, I would have got it to Ron and John. I just didn't. And again, it's just words that need to be tweaked up, and we need to make sure that it comes back to the council so the community can always know what's going on. Your suggestion of a monthly meeting is something great to add in there. We just want to know what's going on so these guys who are experts can have an eye on to make sure we're getting the best of the best. That's all it is. So thank you.
And
Tony,
I would
was there-
also,
I got a question. Was there things that were discussed in that meeting that should be included in this agreement here?
so that was where I was going to go. The manager sent back to all of us from that meeting the copy of the contract and said, are we all okay with this? I sent back, I looked through it, I said yes, because it included some of the things that Mrs. Engel had put in it, some of the suggestions that I made. I was the one holding out on the 5-year, saying I think we need at least 5 years, and I wanted to see the weekend aspect of it change, not because we're trying to do anything devious or vindictive or underhanded, but because we knew for a fact we have JV games on Saturdays, and because we know we practice at night, not during the day. So those are the two things that I was most concerned about. But we looked over, both sides, looked over the contract, and I don't know what happened after we looked it over and approved it. So I think, I'm assuming, Ron, they have in front of them what you sent to us, is that correct?
Yes, but the couple of the differences were the 5-year versus 2-year, because originally, I think we all said 5 years was fine until we realized the 2 years was in the ILA. I think what we're going to have to do would be, once we come to an agreement on the license agreement, at the same time, we may want to just go ahead and go ahead with a rewrite of ILA too, to make sure that they're all conforming. Because the ILA is just agreement between the village and the school board, just as this agreement is. So if we're going to conform them, maybe just bring them both back and have the ILA. For example, the issue about the annual use agreement, the baseball schedule's the baseball schedule. If January through May, why do you have to come back annually if that's the baseball schedule? So
Right.
just
And that
eliminate
could
the need.
change.
But right now, there's a requirement that we have a separate use agreement just because that's the way it was before. So things like that, I think we can maybe just clean up and just take out that aren't necessary. But I just didn't want to have it a non-conforming agreement tonight that doesn't conform with what the ILA says. So when we conformed ours to ILA, it made it different to what the school board has now, because I didn't want to be non-conforming. So I think the direction I think I've got from the council is 5 years is okay. The termination of 5 years is okay. I'm not clear about the 30 versus 60 days. I think you had some issue with the 30-day versus 60-day approval of the plans. Is there a
Yes.
direction which way we want to go with that?
I just don't know that 30 days, the way we meet, is enough for us to
Okay, so
have. I think
the
it
direction
needs-
is we'll-
I think it needs to say 60 days.
We'll put
so that
60
we
days
get
there.
One meeting to vet it out and another meeting to approve it, yeah.
And then maybe John wants that, John added language about alternative maintenance. Maybe he can give you a little bit of background on that too, because that's the other thing that's different than what the school board has in front of it. I want to resolve the differences as much as I can tonight, so that once we leave here, we pretty much have an understanding that needs to be confirmed by the council the next meeting, and we can still get input, but it's just hard when you're getting 50 people coming with different ideas and trying to incorporate in writing. So-
Understood.
Yeah, I just added some language that gave us some options on the maintenance, because it's broken up into time periods, and there was a time period where the maintenance is the obligation of the village, but we were paying the school district to do it. And it seemed to me, we have our own public works people that we're paying. It seemed to me if we might want to give ourselves an option. That way, if we feel like our public works folks can handle it and we're already paying them, we don't need to pay extra to the school district. If for some reason there's some specialized need in terms of maintaining it, then we also have the option to go through the school district if they have this specialized need. So that was really what it was. It was just giving us the option to potentially save some money if we can with the folks that we already have on staff.
And are you comfortable in item 4B where it does talk about that the licensing shall be solely responsible for the maintenance of improvements and the necessary removal and replacement of the baseball field? That sufficiently covers the fact that they're going to change the turf when it's required to be replaced? If
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
have
we
the
can,
responsibility?
I can tweak it to add a little bit more language to, hearing what we're talking about. I'm comfortable with it now, but I've already been jotting down some language, some additions that it should be non-controversial, considering that's what I believe the understanding of both parties is anyway as it stands.
So are you saying stronger language, maybe?
Just
Stronger?
express, I would say,
Okay.
making it express, that it includes the replacement of whether it's grass or artificial turf, either one, it's
Right.
covered.
The maintenance aspect of it requires specialized training. And that was very clear in that meeting, and they actually, the vendors provide that training. So we would have one group, which the school board would be responsible for, I believe, that would be trained to maintain the field all the way through the year, which only makes sense to me that you don't have two teams being trained.
And that needs to be very plain in the agreement as
Yes.
well. Thank you, Tony.
And again.
Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, our people aren't trained, and we had that discussion in the room,
Right.
that instead of
Yeah.
having our maintenance people half the year and then somebody else, it should be consistent. on the
And
same
by the way, I
time.
appreciate the Vice Mayor's confidence in me.
Yes, I do.
I appreciate your confidence in me, but Richie Russell is the expert on the
I know
on the
you
turf.
guys are, but
He
you got
has
the
done the
drift.
homework for years now.
Yes.
It's public comment right now, so we need to kind of cut off the conversation back and forth. But it is, those people are trained to work on that turf, and our people aren't. It probably would void a warranty on the turf if we had somebody else out there working on it.
Based on the discussion, I may want to recommend that, I appreciate John's input on it, but maybe not have that alternative language that may create a problem with the school district. My preference personally would be to have one company in charge of the field all year round.
I agree.
Whether we contribute that part of it, I don't think it's be that hugely expensive. So, no disrespect to John, but my recommendation would be to conform with the school district's
Yeah.
language, which doesn't have that alternative, because I really don't want our people maintaining that field, because that's been part of the problem in the current field. They were pointing fingers, no, the school district's responsible, no, the village is responsible.
Yep.
And Maria had people out in the field that probably wouldn't be qualified to do artificial turf, for example, and then they blame us for whatever goes wrong. Iguana goes out there and poops on it, that's our problem.
Do we have control in this agreement of them not switching a certain product like Sharon had? It seemed like they were running short on funds into something in Key West, and they did something a little different.
Supposedly, they took out some of the drainage.
Drainage stuff, right?
What happened at Tommy Roberts Field in Key West, apparently they ran over budget and they eliminated some drainage, which creates existing problems now. On Friday, I spoke with Chaz Spotswood, who's with Keystar, and reemphasized with him that our village council will have final approval over any product that goes on the field that we own, and that we want to make sure that proper drainage, proper padding, everything is to our satisfaction as the owner, and he said he understood that. They're not that far along the process. They are apparently talking to vendors now, which they had not done a couple months ago, but I wanted to make it clear to them that this village council has final approval over every type of thing that goes on that field and the maintenance of it, et cetera. We want to work with them as a partner. We are on the same side. We're on the same team, but that means still that we have to have final approval, and he said he understood that. Now, whether other people understand that or not, I can't speak. And as far as right. And the money part, I've been consistent. I'll say it once more. The village has committed $0.
Right.
Until I get direction from this council, our position is what the school board puts in, the school board puts in. We're not planning on we have budgeted $0 towards that field.
Correct.
Right. So
Right,
where do
Counsel?
we need to go with this tonight? What else do we, because we need to do something.
I think I've got some direction I asked for, the 5 versus 2 year. We could go with a 60-day notice from us. We'll clean up the language on 4C, shall to maybe to shall. Though I'm still not clear about the weekend thing. I think the current language says weekend use has to be with the joint agreement, Monday through Saturday I thought was okay. If somebody's objecting to Saturdays now, I'm not sure. I think Tony explained that. I think at least from my standpoint, I don't see anything major. If other people have something major, I'm not hearing it. That's my point, is I want to get this thing settled.
Sharon, was I hearing you right, that you think weekends include Sunday? Because well, it depends, it depends. It does,
Everything's spelled out better. It doesn't say anywhere in this agreement that the final say.
You want
is
to
the
put it on
council.
mic, please?
Oh.
Sorry.
It doesn't
Thank you.
anywhere say anything in that agreement that everything, the field we get, anything that's done, doesn't say anywhere in this agreement right now that we have say in that. It just doesn't. And I just wanted everything spelled out better, that's all. And I guess, you know, Ron's gonna go ahead and do it, make the changes, and then it'll come back and it'll be fine, so.
One thing I do want to point out, I started April 21st. Obviously, a lot of stuff happened before then. My first week on the job, I was sent a design build agreement and asked to sign it by the school district, and I didn't. As Captain Ed pointed out, I read it and said, because it had the second building that we've since recommended eliminating, et cetera, and I didn't want to commit in advance, so I've never signed it. So there is no this village has not signed any design build agreement on purpose. I was asked to do it by the school district, and I chose not to. And had I done that, I would have brought it to you first anyway. But right now, the only agreement with Keystar is with the school district, not with us. That may be something going forward we want to solidify with Keystar and the school district, say, you know, basically what the vice mayor is saying, we want to have a say in what goes on that field, on our field. And however we want to say that, I think we've expressed it generically, but if we need to put better language, I'm open to it. Just that we had a tentative agreement with all the sides coming together that I tried to incorporate. If there's more changes coming, I just want to hear them, because I can't keep dragging this thing out, because sooner or later it's going to impact the baseball team. Yeah, they have to get this process moving.
Well, I think we all want to advance this forward.
Yes, that's why I keep asking, what do we need to do yet tonight?
My recommendation would be to not take any action tonight, any official action. Yeah, I think we've gotten the reason I didn't want to just take it off the agenda was I wanted to get public input and the council input, which I've gotten. If somebody has something that they want to add after the meeting, you know, email it to me, whatever. But for tonight, I don't have any problem with not taking action. I think I've got the direction I needed, because we're going to have to change it anyway. Rather than come back with a different one, we'll just come back in January with one that's had more refinement and hopefully get the school board agreement.
Hopefully can include those particular items that was during that meeting that was held on the third floor that are really define things down. There's no ambiguity in any of this contract or in the agreement. And our resolution is set in stone, and then we can just look at it and finalize it and hopefully stop beating this dead horse.
Can I just add, I received a text from Pat just now and said 5 years would be best, talking about adding that on. And then Florida High School Activities regulates the fact that you cannot use the facility or have sporting events on Sundays.
Okay.
So that eliminates that as an issue with us. Now, that doesn't mean that a team that's not ours couldn't ask permission to get on there to do something, but we do not. Coach Holly would have all the coaches hide if we try to do that, so that's it.
Is this the right document to have in here that we're going to have, you know, weekly, monthly updates on the status? Is this where it should be?
We can require that. Wait, I didn't really, if you recall, Aqueduct didn't used to come to our meetings. I asked them to give us update every meeting.
Right.
We can ask school districts the same thing. And as our partner, I don't see why they wouldn't want to do that, because they want to have community support also. So I would ask going forward, every meeting, school districts show up.
Not necessarily in a written document like this.
Yeah, okay.
But
Mr. Chairman.
while they're doing.
One moment, please.
While they're doing construction, because after, this document goes beyond that. While they're doing construction, we want the update, not necessarily for 20 years do we want the update every month.
And let me point out too that we're going to require permits for everything. So Sheila and Jennifer will be involved from the village staff standpoint, the whole process. And so before we issue any permits, we'll make sure we update the council as far as what actually they're proposing to do. And I did want to make sure that, I
Yeah,
think.
Steve, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I think that that John and Ron have got some good instructions and input from us tonight. My apologies to the council and everyone there. I need to get going and get on a flight. So I'm glad that we're moving this forward, and we can clean up this agreement. It's a little bit sloppy, I think we can all agree. So once we do that, I think we can really get this thing going. So hope you all take care, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Stay
travels.
safe.
Safe travels. All right, you've got direction where we need to go. We're going to leave this on the table then and get something in front of us that everybody can be happy with, or most people can be happy with. Awesome. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
As courtesy, since Tony had a couple hours here.
He didn't have a couple hours,
looking
but
for
certainly,
is
please go to
already
the podium.
The provision you're looking for is already in the agreement. I objected to it, to Ron, as he'll remember, when I say this. It says, if desired by the leaseor, and it talks about periodic meetings, reviewing all. It's already there, because my comment was, what do you mean if desired? Of course this is desired. It should just say required instead of, it's already in there. And John, it's a piece of cake, a couple of words.
Thank you, Captain. I think you're right. Definitive language instead of ambiguity is the way to go, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. You've got direction. We can move on. Let's go, John.
Yep, tab 10 is a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Marta Village of Islands, Florida, repealing and replacing building department fees as adopted by the Village Council in Resolution 19-08-56, providing for conflicts and for an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sheila Denoncourt, Building Services Director. The resolution before you tonight is a result of discussions that was had during the last budget cycle. At that time, a need was identified to update the building department fee schedule and simplify the calculation method. This resolution provides for both and provides for the necessary revenue to continue to fund the building department. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Council have any questions of Sheila? Sheila, I think it's time you update this. So, is there any public comment?
No, sir.
I have a motion.
Motion to approve.
I'll second. You have to wait for Deb.
Yeah, why don't we wait for Deb? Deb, you're hearing us, so we'll wait for you. Steve, you signed off. Did Steve sign off?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
While we're waiting, I was going to ask, did you still want to take, because we had moved tab 18 earlier, so that Steve, since Steve might since Steve wasn't going to be able to participate in the quasi-judicials, do you still want to have those heard before the quasi-judicial, or do you want to just go in the order that it was?
We're here for the duration. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
As of right now, it's set before, so I'll call it before the quasis then.
And
You can wait,
We're
Ty.
keeping Ty up. His dogs are probably having to go potty, too. He's dog sitting, too. I think we're getting close, Ty. Be patient.
No, I'm just worried about my clients when they see how many hours I'm here.
Don't you worry. Your billable minutes just make your life, so. And you're going to do this again tomorrow, too.
Take them to lunch.
From
Make
8
them feel
o'clock
better.
on. You know you're very welcome. Okay, so there's a motion and a second to approve Sheila raising permit fees to an exorbitant amount. You're okay. Marty, can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-0.
All right, moving on.
Thank you.
All right, tab 11 is a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Marta Village of Islands, Florida, approving the conceptual modification presented by the Florida Department of Transportation to extend the two-lane section of US 1 through the Plantation Key School zone and providing for an effective date.
Good evening. Can you pull the picture up?
While he's doing that, Sheila, drive safe going on.
Got you. I'll give just a background on this as he's bringing it up. This is a concept that we've been working with DOT on to help try to alleviate some school traffic in the Coral Shores and PKS area of US 1. DOT will be doing a mill and resurface and a partial stormwater project pending FKA's completion of their project. So that will be done in their fiscal year 2028. But yeah, now we've got it pulled up. So what this project it would be in addition to theirs, and this would be at DOT's expense. But what it entails is extending the merge lane instead of merging from 2 lanes into 1 lane on the southbound side. In the middle of the school zone, it would extend 2 lanes of traffic through the intersection at Woods Avenue, and then bring that merge to just after the school zone, which would double the capacity of the school zone on the southbound side. DOT is just looking for council's approval of this to incorporate it into their project.
Any discussion for council? Deb? Mic's on. No?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, you're good. Any public comment?
No, sir.
Do I hear a motion?
I do want to hesitate a second. You said stormwater project, which isn't related, it is and it isn't related to this. You said a partial stormwater project. The last time I saw a stormwater project that was a partial, they did drainage off of US 1 on one side of the road and not the other, and they told me that there wasn't enough drainage on the other side of the road to do it, which you have the same amount of water on the whole road, so just a comment. We can
Understood.
talk later about that.
Well, they're adding impervious areas, so they got to address it in that particular area, I imagine is what they're looking at.
Yeah, I know, but if they're doing a stormwater project before they did it on the ocean side and did not do it on the bay side, and they still claimed it was correct.
Yeah, gotcha. There's no public comment, Marnie?
No, sir.
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
All right.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton.
Yes,
The motion passes 4-0.
thank you. John, let's move on to ordinances.
Yeah, we're in an ordinance, this is an ordinance on second reading at tab 12. An ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, amending policy 1-3.1.3, institute a program for transfer of development rights of the Islamorada Comprehensive Plan by amending procedures and eligibility criteria for the transfer of development rights, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date upon approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce.
Good evening, Council. Before we get on this, I just wanted to, Sheila, and I think I forgot to mention, in her resolution on fees, we also removed the A-frame sign fee that you guys had asked for previously. So I wanted to just note that was done for you.
Thank you.
as well.
Notice that.
Thank you. So this evening, we're here tonight for second reading on ordinance amending policy, did we want to, these are companion, the 12 and 13, did we want to do them together? Sorry.
Yeah, we can take 12 and 13 together, so I'll read the title for 13 as well.
Fine.
13 is also an ordinance on second reading. It's ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, amending the village code sections 30-504, transfer procedure, and 30-506, transfer of development rights for residential dwelling units and density, to amend procedures and eligibility criteria for the transfer of development rights, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date upon approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce.
Okay, thanks. All right, so tonight we're here for second reading on the TDR changes that we had proposed for policy 1-3.11 and the code sections 30-504 and 30-506. You may recall in the first reading, these were changes to transferring to different zoning districts and different habitats on lots that have multiple habitats, It now allows you to transfer to the scarified areas of those lots. And it also removes the restriction of transferring into a V zone. I would note that similar to the one we had last month with the affordable housing, when we rendered this after first reading to the Department of Commerce, we did receive an objection letter as well. Staff believes that Commerce did not fully understand what this ordinance is intending to do. I'll go back about a year or even more maybe. Myself, Daniel Parabach, had a Zoom call with members of the Department of Commerce regarding the subject matter of this ordinance change. And they actually encourage us to make these changes in our ordinance. So we were a little confused by the objection letter. So we have drafted a response. We intend to have a phone call with them after we render it a second time to, reiterate, you asked us to make these changes. You wanted us to make these changes. Where are we going with this? So we're comfortable proceeding on second reading with our response with the phone call. And that's where we're at. So here to answer any questions. Again, it's on second reading. You had unanimously approved it on first reading in July. So that's where we're at.
All right, good deal. Thank you. Is there any public comment?
Yes, there is. Joe Wishmeyer.
Man, Tony must have been up here before. Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. Two things. Again, I would say, we're getting ready to redo our comp plan, and I come back to the same thing. Why are we jumping to try to change things when our comp plan is coming back out? The second thing is, after the first reading, there were arguments by DOC. So Jennifer just said, well, we're expecting a phone call, maybe in a week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe a month, who knows, however long it is. How can you approve something not knowing what Department of Commerce is going to say? So I think that you're jumping the gun a little bit here, and that you should wait until you get everything straightened out with Department of Commerce before you jump and make a decision. Again, the last thing is, I would respectfully say, I do not think that we ought to put TDRs in a V zone. I just think that's a bad idea, and I thought that that's what one of the main objections from the DOC was. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Is there another?
Yes, Ty Harris would like to speak as well.
Thank you. Ty Harris, 110 Plantation Shores. This has been a work in progress for almost a decade now. And at least we've received at least 2 formal letters from the Department of Commerce, even before it was called the Department of Commerce, saying, fix this ordinance, because you've got essentially the tail wagging the dog. And what the good catch was the property that was the catalyst for this getting serious, because in that case you had a 600 square foot high quality hammock right on Old Highway, dictating whether a TDR could be transferred to the rest of the 2 acres, which didn't have that issue. And so the state allowed what a good catch to go through, but wrote more than one letter to us saying, fix your ordinance so this doesn't keep happening. And then we fix the ordinance, and then they object. So I did a little bit of made some calls trying to figure out what's going on with the Department of Commerce. So we're not alone. This year, and there have been at least 150 comp plan objections by the Department of Commerce, either citing 180 or inconsistencies in their own comp plan. Out of that 150, my understanding is that only 3 have actually been taken to a Chapter 120 administrative hearing. So they're raising objections because they're having conflicts with 180, SB 180, and how that impacts everything. And I just think they're having a hard time in reading that that statute in context with comp plan amendments. And that's why you're seeing all these objections, because when it gets to a level of, are we really going to go fight this, that's a pretty healthy ratio of only 3 out of 150 being actually taken to a 120 administrative hearing. So I would ask that you move forward with passing this. Jennifer's going to stay in contact with Commerce, but let's finally get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. Marnie, are there any other public comments?
No, sir.
Very good. Council? Any comments?
No comments.
No, I'm confident. Deb, you?
No, I was just waiting. I was
Oh,
going to make a
okay.
motion, but
Oh,
I'm
go on and
waiting.
make a motion. I just
Make a
think- yeah.
motion to approve.
Okay, thank
We've
you.
been working on this for almost a
Is
decade.
there a second?
Just remind me, since they're two separate ordinances, we need
Oh.
two separate motions.
Okay.
So I make a motion on the tab 12, which I think is the comprehensive
Yes.
plan motion.
Okay, so you got a motion on tab 12, and you have a
Second.
second on tab. Marnie, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, can I have a motion on tab 13, please?
I'll make a motion on tab 13.
To approve?
To approve.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, Marnie, call the roll.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
So now we're moving on to tab 18, which I think is in, I don't know if you guys, I have it in a separate 3-ring binder. I don't know if you guys do.
Yeah, we're
Tab
changing
18,
books.
yeah. So that's a request for a motion to accept a final investigative report and to close complaint. As you all might recall, we had, the village had adopted a HR Administrative Policy 001 relating to if there are complaints filed against charter officers or the council. The village received a complaint from a former employee after her involuntary separation from the village. That complaint alleged discrimination based on race and national origin. So the village, we retained a outside investigator pursuant to the village policy. She went through, in compliance with the time frame set forth therein, interviewed half a dozen or so village employees and attempted to reach out to the complainant, Ms. Hernandez. On multiple occasions, Ms. Hernandez, though, did not respond or participate in the investigation. Ultimately, the investigator still moved forward based on the evidence that she had and found that there was no evidence to suggest that there was discrimination or that the Ms. Hernandez was harassed or subjected to a hostile work environment or retaliated against, and in fact stated that the evidence did suggest that the former employee was not performing her duties and responsibilities, and that ultimately the decision was actually made to eliminate her position, which is what resulted in the involuntary separation. So the request is to accept the report and findings, and then ultimately to close the complaint as well based on the findings. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Anybody got any questions for John?
Nope.
Is there any public comment on this item? Marnie?
No, sir.
All right, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a
I'll second.
Okay. Marnie, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Okay, let's keep doing this.
All right, now we are into the quasi-judicial portion of the agenda. These are going to be tabs 14 through 17. Please be advised that the following agenda items are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment on these items, please inform the village clerk by filling out the available sign-up form. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. As a reminder, testimony in quasi-judicial items must be in person. Zoom testimony is not permitted. These proceedings will be handled in accordance with the village code requirements. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony shall be disregarded. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record along with the village code and comprehensive plan. Any correspondence that was received by village staff is included in the file and part of the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence on of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details on the quasi-judicial procedures in section 30-256 of the village code may be obtained from the village clerk. As stated, there's 4 quasi-judicial items. They're tabs 14 through 17. At this time, I would like to ask anyone who intends to speak on the quasi-judicial items to please raise your hand and be sworn in by the clerk.
In the matter in which you are about to give testimony, do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witnesses have been sworn.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Mayor, while there are 4 items, there are 2 of them there are 2 sets of companions. So as historically we've taken them together, and so I'll read the 2 ordinances unless you'd like to separate them.
No, I think we should do that. It's the way we've always done it.
Tab 14 is an ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, concerning the request of Ty Harris, PA, agent for Horse Pens LLC, to amend the village's future land use map from conservation to mixed use for the subject property on Overseas Highway located on Upper Matacumbe Key with real estate number 00096850-000200, and to establish a new sub-area under Objective 1-2.11 as legally described herein. Providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. The tab 15 is an ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of Ty Harris, PA, agent for Horse Pens LLC, to amend the official zoning map from conservation to neighborhood commercial for the subject property on Overseas Highway located on Upper Matacumbe Key with real estate number 00096850-000200 as legally described herein, and providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce, providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. And these are ordinances on first reading.
Thank you so much. Jennifer?
Good evening, Council. Jennifer DeBobrian, Planning Director for the Village of Islamorada, here this evening to discuss 2 ordinances relative to the amendment of the future land use map and the zoning map for real estate number 000968550-000200. This application was submitted by Ty Harris on behalf of the property owner Horse Pens LLC. Oh, sorry.
I apologize. I forgot to do the ex parte disclosures. So
Oh,
thank you,
that's
Marnie.
right, for sure.
So, Council, if you could please disclose any ex parte communications you may have had on these 2 items.
That's okay.
Anna?
Just Ty Harris.
Sharon?
None.
Deb?
Cheryl Coberson.
Excuse me?
Cheryl Coberson.
Okay. I spoke to Ty, and I spoke to another young lady that's a realtor. I just can't remember her name right now.
I'm not going to repeat my name and everything, but, so again, application was submitted by Ty Harris, PA, on behalf of the property owner Horse Pens LLC. They're seeking approval for the change of the future land use map to mixed use from conservation and the zoning map from conservation district to neighborhood commercial. The subject property is located on Overseas Highway, comprising of 6.4 acres, 3.16 of which is mangroves, and the current use of the property is riding stables. They're also proposing a sub-area which would limit the use to the existing riding stables and the development of workforce affordable housing. This FLUM amendment has, I already said that, sorry. The applicant's agent has submitted a needs analysis detailing the map amendment request. The subject property currently has an existing conservation future land use designation. The property to the north is designated residential high. Properties to the south are designated conservation. Properties to the east across Overseas Highway are designated mixed use. And the character of the surrounding area is mixed use with residential and tourist uses. The subject property has an existing conservation zoning district, with the properties to the south designated as conservation, the property to the north is designated multifamily, and the properties to the east across Overseas Highway are designated as tourist commercial. The property contains a mix of habitats, including mangroves and high-quality hammock. The applicant has provided a vegetation survey, and I've included that in your packet. The property is recognized as habitat to several protected animal species. Pursuant to the village's GIS data and records, the parcel is defined as hammock, disturbed with hammock, and mangroves. The full analysis of the proposed changes is in your packet. And at its meeting on October 13th, 2025, the LPA voted unanimously to recommend approval of both ordinances. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Jennifer.
You are welcome.
Let's see. Ty, you want to testify in favor, I suppose?
Well, I represent the applicant, so I'm going to get up and do a quick spiel. Ty Harris, 110 Plantation Shores for the applicant Horse Pens LLC. So, you know, we've gone through this before. The Horse Pens was operating as basically a riding stable before the village incorporated. And it had some type of zoning in the county that allowed the riding stable. Village comes in, stop me if you've heard this before, takes the property that was being used and has been cleared and designated conservation for the flume and conservation for the zoning, which is appropriate for a portion of the property, but doesn't make any sense for an ongoing riding stable. And so the whole purpose of this application is to take the riding stable, which is still there, make it a legal use versus a non-conforming use, and also add in the ability sometime in the future to perhaps add affordable housing, maybe on top of the riding stables, or if the stables go away, there. But there is absolutely no plan at this point to remove the riding stables. But they are non-conforming, and they were made non-conforming by the village. You know, this is a problem that we're going to see over and over, and hopefully we'll fix in the comp plan. But I know there was a lot of scuttlebutt in the horse riding community that we were trying to get rid of the riding stables, and that is absolutely not true. The other portion of this is we did do a vegetation survey, which is not required, but Jennifer asked for it, and we did it, and it shows that basically the area that's been developed now is the maximum that could be developed. So you can't do anything more than what's there. So you're working with the area that's been cleared and used for the riding stables, and that's it. And which is why we thought the sub-area policy was the appropriate way to approach this versus just a neighborhood commercial, which then people will come in and go, oh, you're putting a gas station and all these things that we know possibly couldn't fit, but it makes for good talk. So we say we're just going to do a sub-area policy limiting the two uses to what it already is and affordable housing. That kind of seems like a winner going forward and a winner now. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. Let's see here. Is there anybody would like to speak in opposition of this? No.
Let me
Yes.
check. I think it's in favor first. Yeah, it's in favor.
Okay, yeah. Have no one signed up to speak in favor?
Okay. Is there any opposed?
Yes. Joe Wishmeyer?
Geez, I went from Tony Hammond. Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. I guess a couple of things I'd like to bring up on this. Stop me if you've heard this before, but we haven't completed our comp plan.
I might have heard that. Stop.
You know? So why can't we just wait a little bit longer? It's been that way for a long time, so let's just wait to see what the comp plan is so we can make sure that everything is okay. The other thing I heard from Mr. Harris is, well, at the moment, we don't plan on doing that. Or, yeah, we don't think we're going to do that. Well, once you become mixed use, later on, you can say you're not going to put a gas station there or put something there, but once it's done, it's done. And then you could. So I suggested at least wait until after we get our comp plan done. And earlier today, I heard something about the Machado property even. It's like, hey, pretty soon, we're not going to have any open space. We ought to save what we have now. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else to speak.
Okay, is there any discussion amongst council? No.
I was just going to make a statement that that's part of what the sub-area is help to control, is that the sub-area says that the only thing that they can do is housing, affordable housing.
Yeah.
It doesn't allow them to do anything else.
Thank you, Deb.
So,
I-
besides that, I don't have any other.
I completely agree, and this is not something that's done normally. It's something that's been done infrequently, but it's certainly been done before. And actually, when I sat on the other side, did that on 2 other pieces of property, because it did open the door. By changing a zoning in a FLUM, it does open the door to many uses that are embodied in the code. But to define it further down and do a sub-area policy, it limits or restricts or limits the actual use. And it's defined in that sub-area policy, which is why it actually has a Upper Matacumbe Key Mixed Use Area 1, which means that it sits by itself as its own, really, its own zoning in its own FLUM. And it is solely limited to riding stables and workforce affordable housing only. A gas station can't go there. If a gas station were to apply to go there, it couldn't go there because it doesn't fit within the parameters of that. And I personally don't think that we need to stop this village and freeze all of these folks that are fixing a wrong. Same thing happened with Sharon. These folks were going along with riding stables, not realizing that the village turned them into a non-conforming property. When they changed the zone, they had a conforming use. They were allowed to be there. In fact, that riding stable's been there since 1977 that I know of. And they were merrily going along with their zoning and their FLUM and their business, and then the village decides to come in, and the village actually created a nonconformity by taking a use that was already sitting there and thought they were doing the right thing, and changed the zoning and FLUM right out from underneath them to where they made them non-conforming. I think that there still are, this is not unique, and I bet you that there's still probably 20 properties at least out there that are non-conforming because of density or use, because of a zoning and FLUM change that the village did. Now, if I was to try to come in here tomorrow and change the zoning on something and make it non-conformity, the first thing Jennifer would tell me was no. You can't do that. You can't create a non-conformity. And our code even says that. But the village did that back then. And I just don't see the reason in not fixing the mistakes that we had in the past. So that's my comment. Is there any follow-up from the applicant?
You don't have to.
We got it.
I mean, that's the whole point of the sub-area policy, because if you were to not do a sub-area and I was just to give it to you through a deed restriction, it would fall off in 30 years. This way, it stays on permanently, and that's all I have to say about that.
All right. So based on the testimony, do I hear a motion?
Well, and let's make it very clear that anything that we're changing is being incorporated into this new comp plan.
Right.
For sure.
So this isn't just,
We're actually helping you make it
Yeah.
go a little faster. How about that?
so motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And again, we have to separate them
Oh.
between tabs 14
Yeah,
and 15.
right.
So
So,
should we treat the first one
Motion
as
to approve
14?
14.
And I second 14.
Okay. Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Motion
Do I
passes
have a
4-0.
motion on tab 15?
Motion to approve 15.
I'll second 15.
Ms. Marnie?
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
All right, let's move on to the next quasi-judicial.
Tab 16 and 17 are together. These are ordinances on second reading. Tab 16 is an ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of Ty Harris, PA, agent for Lieben Family LLLP, to amend the village's future land use map from residential conservation to mixed use for the subject property at 76800 Overseas Highway, located on Upper Matacumbe Key with real estate number 00396950-000200, and to establish a new sub-area policy under Objective 1-2.11 as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. Tab 17 is an ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of Ty Harris, PA, agent for Lieben Family LLLP, to amend the official zoning map from native residential to neighborhood commercial for the subject property at 7680 Overseas Highway, located on Upper Matacumbe Key with real estate number 00396950-000200, as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. And Council, before we begin, if you can please disclose any ex parte communications you may have had on on these tabs 16 and 17.
Ty Harris. Sorry, go ahead. I just said Ty.
Okay, Sharon?
No.
Deb?
Cheryl Cokerson.
Ty?
You forgot me, Ty. Thank you again, Council Jennifer DeBobrian, Planning Director for the Village of Islamorada. Again, this is second reading for 76800 Overseas Highway for the ordinances to amend the future land use map and the zoning map. You may recall this is the abandoned tennis center down in Lower Matacumbe, and they are looking to go from the FLUM of residential conservation to mixed use, and the zoning from native residential to neighborhood commercial. You had previously approved this unanimously on first reading on July as well. They're also looking to do a Lower Matacumbe Key Mixed Use Area 2 sub-area, which will restrict the uses to public and private recreational uses and storage uses. This also was rendered to Commerce after first reading. We did receive another objection letter on this, and discussing this with the applicant. The applicant has asked us to proceed on second reading. The applicant's representative and staff believe that Commerce's objection regarding density is ill-founded based on the fact that the sub-area policy being proposed will limit the use to recreation, which is the existing abandoned use, and storage. The proposal will prohibit any residential density on the site and any large-scale redevelopment of the site. As you know, we have no residential building rights to be awarded, and the existing zoning requires a minimum 4 acres for residential development, and the property is just over 3 acres. It would not be developable under the current FLUM and zoning. So at this time, we're asking to move forward on second reading, and I don't have anything to add, but I'm here to answer questions if you would like.
Good evening, Ty Harris again. I'm going to not go back over my July presentation, but again, now we're having to deal with, again, an objection from Commerce, which doesn't seem to be rooted in reality. This is a use on property that was existing. The village made it non-conforming when they came into existence and gave it a residential zoning when it was a recreational, commercial, private club. So again, we're narrowly tailoring the uses in a sub-area to what it is, recreation, private and public, and also potential for storage if that contract falls through. So you should be able to read through the lines that there is a contract for another recreational use, but if it falls out, I want to make sure that they have at least a use of some kind of passive storage if that doesn't go. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions, and I will sit down.
Thank you, Ty. Jennifer, anything else from you?
No, sir.
Okay, is there anybody here that's in favor of this proposal?
I have no one signed up.
Is there anyone here in opposition of this proposal?
Yes. Joe Wishmeyer.
I'm going to make this quick. I've already said everything I had to say in the last one. The only thing I want to add is, you know, if you keep going against Department of Commerce, remember what happened. You pissed them off enough, and there's going to be repercussions, so I would just caution you about that as well. It happened in Marathon. I know you all know what happened down there, so just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
There are no other speakers.
No other speakers. Council? Any comment? Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Oh, motion to approve tab
Oh, yes.
16?
16. Thank you.
Do I hear a
Keep me in
second?
line.
You want me to? Second.
Very good. Marnie, we got a motion and a second for tab 16. Will you call the roll, please?
Okay. Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Do I hear a motion on tab 17?
Make a motion to approve tab 17.
Thank you.
Second.
Look at that. Okay. I have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Okay. Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. All right. Is there anything else for the good of
Motion
the
to approve.
village? Well, then I get to do this. We're adjourned.